championship presentation, because if we factor in all the pomp and circumstance that happens after the game, then I think we're probably going neck and neck with that baseball game, which should be finishing up around 11:15 or so, 11:30 Central Time. So no, baseball will still most likely be going on by the time the national championship game finishes, unless it's some wild and crazy down to the wire national championship game. Maybe it's an overtime type of game tonight, because nobody's going to score in this one, right? Like, I mean, defense wins championships. We see Houston D up in the last, 10 and a half minutes. They allowed one freaking basket the other night. Like, is Florida going to score? Is this going to be a free throw type of game? Is it going to be an ugly game where teams are going to the line and we got review after review after review? Because the closer the game is, the more reviews, stoppages, and all that crap that we're going to see in the final 2 minutes.
You also know that Houston's very boring.
Yes.
Like, we'll have Ron Hugley on at 8 o'clock, which is hilarious because we'll have Ron and then Vern. So we'll have Show and Vern
today in the 8 o'clock hour.
Bringing it back. And he's going to obviously give us everything we need to know about the Houston men's basketball team. But again, like, what's crazy is Florida 1.5 favorite. The over-under is 140.5. Mac, I think we got to take the under in this one.
Yeah, I agree.
It was 130. I think it was 139, Duke and Houston. In the final, I think it was 136. Wasn't it 67-65 final score?
I think that sounds right. Yeah, it was a whirlwind. I'm still.
What a catastrophic failure that was.
Yeah, 140.5. It's got to be the under.
Yeah,
they ain't scoring 70 apiece.
I mean, if Florida gets 70, they're winning this thing in a big way.
It'd be 70 to it would still not even be 70-70. It'd be like 70-50. That's 120.
That's exactly. Like I think if Florida gets 70, I mean, this
70-60 is 130.
70-60 is 130. Yeah,
under.
70-70. Like, but unless it goes to overtime, that's the only thing that could potentially kind of throw a wrench into that one. And I'm sure they'd love an overtime game for two number one seeds, obviously,
Did you guys also see what happened on this weekend? Like maybe Saturday?
The 0-2 delivery. Swinging a high drive, deep right field, way back. That ball is long gone, and that one reaches Elgin Street. Goodness.
Elgin Street.
Jack Caglione with his first home run for Northwest Arkansas. That was a no-doubter.
Nobody really excited about that one out there in Tulsa. Was that the Tulsa announcer? That guy sounds pretty good. I'd listen to that
he was
guy.
good. Yeah.
That guy's really good.
The 0-2 delivery. Swinging a high drive, deep right field,
464.
way back. That ball is long
116.
gone, and that one reaches Elgin Street.
Launch angle 33.
Jack Caglione with his first home run for Northwest Arkansas. That was a no-doubter.
If you can see, Bob, on the Twitch, you can see the Jack Caglione stats have begun. Your boy has got him perfectly there.
I like it in red.
Yeah, well, that's bad.
Pops a little bit more.
He's got a 385 average, and then the slash line is 412, 692, 1,104 slug. He's played 3 games. He has 1 home run, the one that went 464 feet. He has 7 RBI. He struck out 4 times.
4 strikeouts. In baseball anymore, we celebrate the strikeouts.
I mean,
that home run, there was like nothing to even consider. Like, is that one going to go? That was the only thing you were considering. Is that one going to leave the ballpark? And sure as hell, it did. It went on to Truman Street or wherever it went.
As soon as that ball hit the bat, the pitcher's mind said this.
Hey, what'd go out?
Yeah. That's going to be my mind if that championship game goes to overtime tonight tomorrow. There's a good chance I ain't making it up for that whole thing.
Just get the highlights in the morning.
That's exactly right.
You have no affiliation.
No.
It's like Kansas, Missouri, or K-State's playing in that game.
Right, exactly. But I'd like to see Houston win. Do we all kind of feel that way or not? Are you an SEC honk over there because you went to Tennessee, but that's your biggest rival?
It's kind of a win-win. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I don't care who wins.
You don't care who wins the game.
If Florida wins, their coach is set up for life. If Calvin Sampson wins, right off into the sunset whenever you're ready.
He's 72. I didn't realize Calvin Sampson was 70 years old. He's facing off against 39-year-old guy with the coaching job at Florida, whoever he is. But congratulations to both of those guys for getting to that national championship game. But sometimes it's okay and, quite frankly, more enjoyable watching a game where you don't have a team in it. And you can just kind of sit back and watch the game for what it is, right? Like sometimes we, as a collective, what we do for a living, we watch every game looking for this hot take. Oh, what's going to be the storyline, all that kind of stuff. This game for me, just kick back and watch, man, and see what happens and see if they'll let Hakeem Olajuwon on the court like that over-officious security guy the other night would not allow Hakeem Olajuwon to go on the damn court and celebrate. Like these over-officious event staff people, know who the hell you are and who the important people are for these organizations. Like, they didn't let Patrick Ewing in at Madison Square Garden one time. He's like, that's my jersey hanging up there. And then this guy's not letting Hakeem Olajuwon celebrate. Come on, dude.
They also not let Charles Oakley in the gym.
Charles Oakley was there, but he also tried to fight the owner. It was a little bit different there. Like, that guy was throwing rounds in the crowd.
Well, what's the Cat Williams drop? Well, you shouldn't have been talking crap.
That's exactly right. But like, this
Wrong guy to talk blank to it, Charles Oakley.
But this guy's got an earpiece, and he's the over-officious guy on the court. You think Hakeem Olajuwon can be front and center tonight if they win that thing? You better believe it. He is. Who gets more love, Jim Nance or Hakeem Olajuwon tonight?
Nance. He'll be in the hoodie, crying.
Yeah.
They'll interview Nance. He'll just give him like a Masters. By the way, Masters week started today.
Today, right? Yeah. Kind of guy down there that I met in Arizona that has a house that he rents this week at Augusta. Nice. He gets like $12,000 from a company to rent his house out, and they only use it for the kitchen because they rent out like every house on the block. This company does throws this big party. His is just the kitchen house that they rent out. They're paying $12,000. They take over on Wednesday. They leave on Monday, I guess, of next week. $12,000 for less than a week just to use his house as a kitchen. You tell me companies don't have money out there to spend that kind of scratch?
I hate to break it to you, bud.
But they do. Vern lost it on a caller. Bobby Witt Jr. lost it on the Orioles. What did we say on Friday that go take 2 out of 3 from Baltimore?
That's exactly right.
God, I hate when I'm right. This is 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control came out a week ago today, and we went over everything that we're going to do for our lawn. They explained everything that they could possibly do and everything that they want to do for our lawn. I'm like, just do whatever you got to do. I've been trying this thing for like a decade right now, and clearly we have failed. So I'm calling you guys, the Aspen Lawn and Pest Control college-educated professionals who are going to come out and make my lawn look awesome, and it already looks great. They did the first cut, and man, it was awesome after that. Then they put down the fertilizer, the pre-emergent, the dandelions are dying all over the place. The yard looks spectacular. And then they're going to come out and put the pest dome over the top of our house. That's what I'm calling it anyway. It's going to be a spray. It's going to keep the mosquitoes out of the yard. It's going to keep the fleas and the ticks away and all that stuff that you don't want when you're trying to sit outside with your loved ones or your pets. You don't want to get eaten up alive by mosquitoes. Aspen Lawn and Pest Control is going to take care of that. So tell Aspen Lawn and Pest Control you heard this ad, and you'll get a free estimate and up to half off your first application. Don't wait. Get in touch with them today. Visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
At Twin Peaks, one of the things we know best is beer. Celebrate National Beer Day with one of our signature taps, local crafts, ales, lagers, and seasonals. We have them all, ready at teeth-chattering 29 degrees, served in 22-ounce mugs. Cheers.
If you've been thinking about losing weight and you're not sure how to get it done, let me tell you why Awaken 180's weight loss at-home program is the correct choice for you. First off, no medications, no gym, no calorie counting. Sticking to the system is what worked for me. I had a weight loss goal in mind of 30 pounds. I am only a couple of pounds away officially from that weight loss goal. I've lost 24 pounds thanks to Awaken 180's at-home program. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com, because I know you got questions. If you got questions for me, you can ask that as well. This will be the last time you have to lose weight. That's the goal, right? With their free support for life, after you reach your weight loss goal, that is something that you can do at Awaken 180. I know it's a difficult decision figuring out what the best system is for you. Find out why it works so well for me. Don't waste any more time and make the decision I made at Awaken 180. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano, and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features. Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This season, it's not just madness on the hardwood, but outdoors in the yard, too. No matter what the challenge, Ego Outdoor Power Equipment delivers incredible power and performance. From yard work essentials like mowers, blowers, chainsaws, and trimmers to innovations such as portable power stations and cordless pressure washers. You can use the same battery to power over 90 tools. That's why Ego has over 200,000 five-star reviews and counting. Check out the winning lineup at egopowerplus.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. Money back guarantees and parts and labor warranties mean you aren't just buying products, you are securing your investment. For a limited time, receive a free furnace when you purchase an AC. Schedule your complimentary proposal online at anthonyphc.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back at it here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Hope you all had a great weekend. We're having a safe Monday. Happy Masters weeks to you all. Smasher Pass this week will be Masters oriented. Get your nasty ass cheese ready.
Smash.
Ew.
Oh, God, that pimento cheese.
So good.
I got to tell you, man, like, I know it's probably kept on ice, but waddling around a hot golf course with cheese that's made of mayo just doesn't hit for me.
Yeah, they have, of course, we know the Masters menu. It's tonight they have the Champions Dinner.
Is tonight the Champions Dinner? I thought that was Tuesday night for some reason.
For some reason, I thought it was Monday, and then Tuesday they kind of have like the whatever. Maybe it is Tuesday.
I haven't even seen the menu for the Champions Dinner yet this year. We did?
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler. Or no, you were out of town. I think maybe you were out. Was he out of town that week?
I don't remember that menu coming out. What's on it?
So it's either a redfish or a ribeye.
Okay.
Like a Texas ribeye.
Yeah. Can you get both?
Yeah,
I mean, can you get surf and turf on that one? Because that's already a tough decision on that one, man.
Dessert's a chocolate chip skillet cookie.
Okay, I can get in on that.
His sides, I believe, forget what they were.
He's got cheeseburger sliders or firecracker shrimp to start.
Okay,
and then
Papa Chef's meatball.
Okay,
yeah, and then there's chili.
Where did the redfish and steak come in?
That's the entree. That's the main course.
Yep.
These are just the appetizers.
Why do I need anything else after sliders and meatballs?
Welcome to the Masters, dude.
I mean, what do I need all that food for? It's like you're on a charter flight with the NFL teams.
So Scotty Scheffler is from Texas.
Yeah.
Right? He's a Texas boy.
Right.
So his opening is either sliders, bang bang shrimp, basically, or his dad's Scott's meatballs.
Okay.
Yep.
Then after all that's done, just wait. Side of chili.
Because you need the chili
Texas
after you've pounded
chili.
meatballs and sliders, right? Like it's a necessary item.
Yeah, you pick one of those.
Okay.
And then you get to
you pick one. It's not a guy with like a past hors d'oeuvre where they like 85 different things and you take
sit down and you go, and this, and this, and this.
All right, so it's a sit-down meal, the whole thing. There's no mingling at the beginning.
Idealistically, if Dusty Likens had a green jacket and I'm sitting down at the table, I'm like, I'll do the shrimp.
Yeah.
I'll do no chili.
Yeah, right. Can you pass on the chili, do like double sliders?
And then I'll do the ribeye, And then I think what are the sides? Like macaroni and
finish
cheese?
this menu off. Don't leave us hanging, Mac.
Family-style mac and cheese, jalapeno creamed corn, which sounds awesome, soy-glazed Brussels sprouts,
I had some Brussels
chipotle
sprouts.
lime-roasted sweet potatoes, and then that chocolate chip cookie.
So you get one of those three things.
I think you get
there.
two sides.
You get two sides on that one.
I mean, technically, you could probably get whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're not going to tell you no.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods wants extra Brussels sprouts. They'll probably bring them out, right?
Angel Cabrera will be there, and he's freshly out of jail and coming off of a win, so he's a big guy. So probably keep it coming.
Oh my! What did he go away for? I don't remember that story.
Look it up, dude.
Okay, All right. like bad stuff, or like was he stealing money, or was he like
Either
okay?
way.
All right, I'll have to go look that
When
one
he
up.
was on his route to winning the Masters, he was banging darts down the 18th fairway.
Oh man,
Such a great scene.
I'll have to go look that guy up. So,
Oh, yeah.
So that sounds like a good meal. But then, the other stuff, the peach ice cream sandwich.
Sounds amazing.
It really does. Like that thing that they sell at the Masters, the peach ice cream sandwich. I'd be 100% in on that, but I just have no interest in. And then they have an egg salad too, which I like again. But egg salad on a golf course where it's hot,
It's not really that hot though. I mean, it's Augusta in April. Like it's like it is what it should be here. It's like 70.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I just the threat of food poisoning for me with mayonnaise, I'm out. Which, by the way, it's mayonnaise. We've had this discussion off the air the other day. It's mayonnaise. It's not mayonnaise. It's not womanaise if a woman eats. It's mayonnaise.
So this weekend was a pretty successful one for your boys. Don't look now, but somebody's getting hot.
2-2 again. Witt bangs it high in the air, deep toward the left field corner, headed for the seats. It's gone. Bobby Witt Jr.'s first home run of the season, and it gets the Royals on the board in the bottom of the sixth.
Would have thought they just won the World Series.
And the Royals are champions of the world. 1-0 Kansas City.
But no, I mean, not only with the bat, but with the.
Here's the pitch. Kerstad flares it toward short. Witt leaps, makes the grab on the backhand. Throws to second, a double off O'Neill. A double play, and a spectacular one. A leaning, lunging, diving grab from Bobby Witt Jr. to take away a hit from Kerstad, likely save a run, and end the inning in the process. Wow.
Kerstad, that's Darren's nephew,
That's
not
right,
son. So
right.
there's a difference. There's a K and they're not an
Right,
E.
it's different, yeah.
Bobby Witt Jr. kind of was awakened this weekend.
I thought so.
Looked great. Looked
Yeah.
like he had kind of been like, okay, now we're here. Because I get it. Like, there's a lot of people 6 games into the season. Crap, this team's going to suck. And then all of a sudden, you go out there and handle business very well on Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night was good.
Saturday,
well, we take a pass.
Right. Bobby had a home run. It was a
Right.
cold game. It
Yep.
was, a vicious game on the scorecard for the Royals. And then yesterday, you're looking at Chris Bubic. Go out there. Let's see if we can win the series. Kind of come up to your, your last start. And Bubic was great. Bubic had a very, very solid start. Another quality start. 6 2/3, 5 hits. I have his line in my pocket.
You called him the ace when we were kind of watching the highlights, and you said, "There's your ace," and I'm like, I don't think it's that far fetched. He's pitched like an ace this season So far, I mean, his body of work so far has been Asian, and even Hudler was loving it.
Man, oh man, Chris was boobalicious today.
Boobalicious today. Yes, Chris was boobalicious today, according to Rex Hudler. Yes,
that's over there at FanDuel TV audio. Credit to them. That's great.
Yeah.
But I thought
Ryan's silence said it all. I thought.
It's like the third time Ryan's gone silent in 9 games? 9 games.
9 games.
Yeah.
They're 4 and 5. Ryan's silence moments 3
Boy,
so
that
far
umpire
this
has
season.
really gotten fat.
Yeah.
Well, he had surgery, was in the hospital for 2 months. I'm terribly sorry about that, but he's still fat. Okay, Hud. Good Lord.
So Hud does that on like Thursday, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh my God, this guy hasn't missed a meal. Comes back Friday, tries to apologize, insults the ump even more, then goes with boobalicious yesterday. It's the third time through 9 games this year where Ryan's silence has been absolutely golden.
Hey, get out of here.
Jen and I were watching that game. She goes, "Did he just say what I thought he said?" I'm like, "Yeah, he did."
Delicious.
That's awesome. He just doesn't give a rip, man.
That's great.
Hey, Ryan, I've been holding this one back. He's boobalicious. Probably should have kept that one back, Rex.
Boobalicious.
I love it though. We need more Rex Hudlers in baseball. We're losing those guys, man. We need more HUD-isms.
I think the line that Ryan said like 20 seconds later, he goes, and now on Twitter, Boobalicious is trending. I think that's the exact quote that Lefevre hit him with. But no, so far.
And HUD's like, it is.
HUD's like, what's trending mean? But no, if you go to Chris Bubich so far this year, he has 2 starts, very small sample size, 12 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 1 run, 1 earned.
Lost the blood in my head for a second.
Yeah.
Bear with me.
So I'll restart this. 12 innings, 12 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 1 run, 1 earned. Thanks, Hunter Renfroe. 3 walks, 16 strikeouts. An ERA of 7.1 with a whip of .87. Chris Bubich has been shoving. He's your 3rd guy in your rotation. He's done a lot more than just have 2 great starts. He's giving you a very quick dosage of short memory loss of one Brady Singer, who was in that role last year. Yeah. He's been that guy. Look, you were going up against the Baltimore Orioles. What did we talk about on Friday? Go in 2 out of 3. Prove that you can get past syllabus week. This is your first exam. Congratulations. You passed your first test with a B+. You're not pissed off or mad if you got a B+ on your first exam of the season in your new semester of your class. The roadie bus continues to roll down the road. The Royals are 4-5. They're 2nd in the division. They're behind Detroit. Detroit's, I believe, playing Cleveland this week. Is that right? And the Royals play the Twins, and then the White Sox, or maybe it's, I don't know. Either way.
Just making things up. We've got the Twins and...
No, we have the Twins for 4. I know that for sure.
Yeah, we'll worry about the Friday game when we get here. But I think right now, today is the first day, in my opinion. I don't want to say the line of demarcation or anything like that. Today marks 10 games. Today is the first real, okay, let's start to assess a little bit of where we are, because this is what we do.
4th pitcher in your rotation. 4th, not 3rd. Walk is the 3rd rotation.
This is where we are with this team right now after 10 games, right? Today will be the 10th game. And in NFL standpoint, that is 1 game. So every 10 games is 1 NFL game. That's where I start to react a little bit. Okay, we're through 10 games now. We're through the first NFL game of the season. We overreact. We look at where they are. If they go out there and win tonight, they're 500 through the first 10 games. That's a good way to start this season, especially against the opponents that you played, the way that the season started. You lost the first 2 series. To be 5-5 after your first 10 games will be a good spot. So tomorrow we have that first 10-game schedule, that first 10-game stretch under our belt, which will be the akin to that first NFL game where we all make rash decisions and crazy, determinations based on, the first NFL game of the season. That's what we can do tomorrow. We can have some fun with that, kind of that line of demarcation. But that's kind of how I look at baseball. Every 10 games, kind of look at it. Every month, kind of look at it. Memorial Day, Labor Day, those kind of things as well. So 10 games into the season begins tomorrow. We can make a little bit of an assessment about this team tomorrow.
Yeah, the Tigers have the...
I have great fears of the Skankies.
So Tigers and Skankies, they'll play their series, as obviously the Tigers are in first place in this division. It's really early, so nothing really to worry about. Like you said, it's if you look at it from an NFL standpoint. But Tigers 5-4, Royals 4-5. Guardians 3-6, Minnesota 3-6, Chicago 2-7. Here's the thing: you took care of business against Baltimore, and I think Baltimore's a good team. You're going to see that team again shortly.
Baltimore's headed to Arizona now too to play another good team.
So you'll play the Royals here. We talked about their schedule until April 20th. You get 4 against Minnesota, then you go to Cleveland, then you go to New York. So you've got a good stretch of games here. Out of these 4, I'm not going to lie to you. I think you're much better than Minnesota is right now. If you can win 3 out of 4, that's massive. That takes you to go into Cleveland, where if you only get 1 of 3 on the road in Cleveland, you made up one of those losses by winning 3 out of 4 against Minnesota. I think you just want to go with splitting the series. I think if you can take 2 out of 4 with Minnesota, get out with no blood, no loss, no anything like that, we'll see what happens. Obviously, they're going to get Reagans and Lugo as well in this matchup. They get Lorenzen tonight. But if Bobby's starting to click, the team's starting to hit, Mr. Sackfly, Vinny Pasquantino's, doing his job, knows his role. Sal looks like he's starting to get comfortable in the box. Michael Garcia still looks fantastic for what he's done. Maybe that's your 6th hitter in your line. Maybe it's your 5th hitter. It looks like right now your 1 through 6 should be solidified. It's not. It continues to go through with Renfroe, Melendez, and all these guys. Again, I'm done with MJ Melendez. I don't need to see him anymore. Pinch hit yesterday, strikeout in 4 swings.
Well,
Renfroe, decent at bats over the weekend, still letting guys score from third on his arm. It's whatever. But I think if you look at this Royals lineup 1 through 6, I think you go India, Bobby, Vinny, Sal, Garcia, Massey, and let that be.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, that's not how baseball works anymore in this new age of nerds, right? They want to mix and match the lineup every single day and make something different every single time you go to the ballpark. That's just the way it is. I like a set lineup. That's always the way that I've been. Let guys know their roles, kind of going into the season and whatnot. If you have these roles and you work on them and you accept those roles and you play well, then you'll keep that role. If you don't, then we have to find a way to move you out. I've always been more of a routine guy in baseball because it's an everyday thing. But the sport changes by the day. Some for good, some for bad. I think constantly juggling the lineup is something I'm just not a big fan of. Let guys get in there and hit and whatnot. So that's kind of where I stand on that one. I think if you got the Minnesota Twins coming in, I'm not a fan of what they have going on. I'm just not. Something isn't right there. I feel like their manager could be the first guy fired. You got to take 3 out of 4 from the Minnesota Twins because they're a team that I believe is lesser than you. And when you face teams that are lesser than you, you have to go out there and take advantage of those situations. You look at what happened with Cleveland. They've only won 1 time since they left here out of Kansas City. They won 2 out of 3 here. They only have 3 wins now on the season, if I'm not mistaken. And so they've only had that 1 win since they left Kansas City. They need to get some wins under their belt. But you also need to get fat and happy against the bad teams. You made a living doing it against the Chicago White Sox last year. Maybe you can make a living doing it against the White Sox this year, but I doubt they're going to be a 12-1 team that you go against for anybody in the division this year. So you have to kind of pick up ground and find wins elsewhere. And I believe the Minnesota Twins are one of those bottom feeders of the league. I think you have to go into this series looking to take 3 out of 4 for Minnesota, especially who you have going for you in your rotation. Yeah, you got your 5th guy going tonight in Lorenzen. I don't think anybody's scared of seeing Lorenzen on the mound. I think we all feel pretty good about him out there. He'll keep you in a ball game. And then you've got your 3 best pitchers coming after that. You've got your ace, you've got your second ace, you've got your third ace of your staff coming up alongside of Lorenzen. So if you go out there and you take 3 out of 4, that's what you should do against the Minnesota Twins. Take 3 out of 4. I think if you look to split the series, you could say, okay, that's fair. But if you take 3 out of 4, then you're putting yourself in a good spot. You got to take 3 out of 4 against these bad teams. And I think Minnesota's a bad team. That's just the way I look at them right now.
The other thing that's interesting with this setup of how it works out is that you'll play these 4 against Minnesota, and then when you go to the road on Friday in Cleveland, you're going to throw Bubic out there.
That's exactly.
So it's like, you get your rest.
Where's the break in this rotation for a lot of guys? I mean, if Bubic, is it Waka right now? You're not a big fan of his right now?
It's a lot of inconsistencies. It doesn't look like he has control. I guess when I was watching that game on Saturday, which was the bad game,
right,
like they were saying like, his best pitch has been his changeup, and players are known now to like just lay off it.
And that's why, career year last year, you can't count on guys having the career year the next year. You have to figure out ways to kind of move forward a little bit. So I think look, Watka's a veteran guy. I'll be wait and see where we are with Walker. Let's see what he does this week, when he goes out there and see what kind of, performance he has. I don't disagree with you. He hasn't been great to start the season, but we'll see ultimately where he goes. And maybe you end up moving Bubic up or, Waka back or however the thing can kind of play itself out a little bit if he's not, quote unquote, pulling his weight. But I'm still in a wait and see mode with Michael Waka, just like I am with most of these guys, right? Some guys, what they're going to be. Some guys you wait and see. Some guys are veteran guys that come on a little bit later. I think Waka's one of those guys.
Yeah, his first start, he wasn't terrible stat-wise. He just threw a lot of pitches, and he only got to go 4 innings, so he had to, tax your bullpen. And then in his last start, he went 5 2/3, gave up 6 hits, 4 earned, walked 1, but his first start, he walked 4. So, I mean, again, it's, we'll see what happens. His ERA right now is 4.66. He's only had 2 starts, but he's 0-2. 7 strikeouts, 5 walks, 5 earned, 5 runs. All of them have been earned for Michael Waka. But again, look, keep rolling, man. Like you said, if you can win 3 out of 4, I think that's joyous. I think that's kind of like a little bit more than what you probably necessarily need. I think if you can split this series with Minnesota early on, you're getting out of there with no blood loss. You're going 500. Your records stay the same. Your standings stay the same. And then you just got to see what Detroit and the Yankees do. Because you're going to get those Yankees in another week or so. A week from tomorrow, you'll be playing the Yankees in New York.
And they're opening in Detroit today. I guess it's Detroit's home opener today. How about that?
Yankees' power numbers went way down this week because guess what? They didn't play in New York. Some guy on Twitter coming after us. Oh, you guys say the Yankees only score a run. No, we said they hit home runs in New York. They hit 3 home runs in the city of Pittsburgh this weekend. We can get into our overreaction.
They're still plus 31 in run differential, which is the best in baseball.
Yeah, they score runs, but they hit more home runs in New York than they do anywhere else because of that joke of a ballpark.
Everybody in the West is a negative run differential. Every single team in the West is a negative run differential. Texas is 8-2 on the season. They're -1 in run differential. They've scored less runs than they've given up, and they're 8-2 on the season. They must have got blown out in one game.
Probably. Let's get to the overreaction on a Monday here for Fescoe and Dusty. Bob, why don't you kick things off?
I'm going to start with hockey. We saw Ovechkin take the lead in goal scores in the history of hockey.
Center, send in Wilson on the flank. Cross ice, Ovechkin fires! Score! The chasing days are done! Alex Ovechkin is the greatest goal scorer in the history of the NHL.
So he scores .895 yesterday.
Through center, right side to Wilson, centered up. Ovechkin has it, he scores! He scores! Alex Ovechkin scores .895! There's a new goal-scoring champion, and his name is Alexander Ovechkin! He has done it here on Long Island. His teammates mob him. There is but one. Alexander the Great, the greatest to ever do it in National Hockey League history.
So my overreaction, Wayne Gretzky got to change his name. He's no longer the Great One, right? like Wayne's got to change his name, doesn't he?
No.
You can't go out there with the nickname the Great One when you're not the Great One anymore. It's Alexander the Great. Wayne Gretzky got to change his name. That's my overreaction. But that was really cool to see that yesterday. To see, Ovechkin, who's played in this league for 1,000 years, and break that record for Wayne Gretzky. I don't know that he'll ever be thought of, though, as the great one in hockey because he's not Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky's been there before. It's tough to unseat those guys. Ask LeBron James if he'll ever pass Michael Jordan in that category, right? Ask some of the greats of all time if they will ever be Michael Jordan or if they will ever be Tom Brady or if they will ever be Joe Montana or whatever the case may be. Babe Ruth, Shohei Ohtani, all the great ones. It's tough to be considered the greatest of all time when you're passing the greatest of all time. So my overreaction is he'll never be considered the greatest of all time, even though he has the record, because Wayne Gretzky had it first, and we have a hard time letting the first go and let somebody replace them in sports.
He's got the goal record for sure.
Yeah.
Not that points record. Gretzky, that's never going to get passed.
Probably
maybe
not.
the greatest record in sports.
Yeah.
2,800 points. The next closest, 1,900.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. It's 900 points away.
Oh, yeah. And Ovechkin, I think, is at 1,600, so he'd be around 1,300 points away.
Yeah.
417 says, Wayne, the pretty good one.
Yeah, the pretty good one. I do like that.
That's great. Dusty, what about you? What's your overreaction?
I think Bubic should be your number 2 starter. I know it's.
Okay.
I understand that it's
delicious.
I know it. I get it. It's lefty. But the guys had great success so far in this early season. And if you're throwing him and Reagans out there back-to-back starts, chances of a 3-game series going 2-3 in your favor as of right now, that was a big game yesterday. Yesterday was a lot of stones for Chris Bubic to have because that was a rubber match. He was much better than his opponent, whose name sounded a lot like Bubic. It was Povich.
Yeah,
so it was Povich versus Bubic. I didn't know what the hell was going on for a while.
I was just hoping Povich wasn't the Royals' daddy yesterday.
No, and he wasn't. And he went out there, took the ball, took the hill, knew the assignment, completed the assignment, and yeah, man. And look, that bullpen, man. When it's Urseg and it's Estevez, and you've got those guys coming in 8-9. Feel a little comfortable about that. And when Chris Bubic can get you all the way in deep into the 7th inning, 6th inning deep, let that guy be your number 2 starter. I get it.
How do you set up the rotation? How do you change it all up then to move him up to being number 2?
You'd have to wait till like the All-Star break. So, I mean, that's unfortunate. But,
why?
Because you have every 5th day.
Every 5th day with rest.
So you'd have to have you'd have to have some random where he'd have to miss a start.
Yeah.
They'd have an off day, and then you would slide him into that second spot, but that's too much of a headache.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. Or you could just start setting it up for the postseason. I mean, obviously we're 9 games in. We should be celebrating setting up the postseason rotation at this point. So you have to figure it out. But I think right now Bubic and Reagans are your 1 and 2 in the playoffs, right? It has to be. They've been the 2 best pitchers you've had.
Yeah.
So it'll all figure its way out. That's the beauty of baseball. Things that should happen ultimately do happen. We get to the end where we expected to be. Things take care of themselves in this game. Guys weed themselves out. Guys move themselves to the front of the line. It'll all work out. By the time we reach October, we'll be all right, we got this thing set up and we're ready to go.
Oh, call him up, man. It's one weekend. It's time.
Yeah.
Get him up here. Let's
Yeah,
go. I'm ready. Hasn't even played outfield yet.
Yeah,
Come on.
He doesn't
I don't
even
care.
He doesn't even need to go to AAA. Again,
Yeah,
380
exactly.
is /line 385-401-12-692-1004. 1 home run, 7 RBI this whole weekend. 3 games. Yeah, we need to see more. That's what we need to see more of that. Coming up on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Maury as well, we dive into, we have a weird internet weekend, and let Bob take the stage and let us hear what he had to see this weekend on the internet. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, it is a Monday night, and you're looking for something fun to do, something fun to take care of those Monday blues. You're going to go Foaling tonight because on Monday nights, they have Jeopardy Bar League every Monday night at 7 o'clock at Foaling, and it's free to play with weekly prizes for first and second place, plus surprise prizes for daily doubles as well. You get your team of 6, and you go to Foaling, and you play on your phone. It's all put on by the Geeks Who Drink and their very own Jeopardy champ, Pat Kerr, who tends bar at Foaling. He's also a Jeopardy champion. He'll bring there as well. And as you know with Foaling, you can bring your own food, order food there, have it delivered from any restaurant in town. You can do it all at Foaling. And with their world-class bar, you're going to find a cocktail and an unbelievable beer that you like to drink. That's what they have going on Mondays at Foaling. Every other night, you can go fool around and find out and have fun playing the hottest game in Kansas City. It is bowling pins set up, and you throw a football at them. Knock the pins down, and you win, and you're the champion. Set them back up and do it all over again because Foaling Warehouse KC is a mashup of football, bowling, drinks, and fun. So reserve your lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your foal on.
Honey, it's me, your wife. Sorry to bother you, but this house is a mess. The windows are drafty, the vinyl siding has cracks and holes in it, and the kids just fell through the deck. We need Powell Exteriors KC now. They install James Hardie siding, Provia windows, Renaissance patio products, beautiful decks, roofing, and more, all at 0% interest for 18 months. Go to PowellKC.com and see for yourself. Powell Exteriors KC. The best decision you've made since you married me.
The deals are hot, hot, hot this weekend at Hy-Vee. This Friday through Sunday, for 3 days only, the deals are on fire. Get boneless, skinless chicken breast, $2.99 a pound. 24-pack Hy-Vee water, $1.99. Red Baron frozen pizza, $2.99 each. And Coca-Cola 6-packs, just $3.69. Check out our low everyday prices on thousands of items. Stock up and save big this Friday through Sunday, only at Hy-Vee.
There's nothing better than breakfast at the Hy-Vee Market Grill. They have fresh, made-to-order breakfast entrees crafted with the highest quality ingredients, like Hy-Vee's famous biscuits and gravy, sunrise breakfast burrito, the brioche French toast, sweet cream pancakes, omelets, skillets, and more, all served with a side of fresh and crispy hash browns. Kids 5 and under always eat free, and they serve 6 to 11 a.m. on Monday through Friday and 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Mornings just got a whole lot brighter with breakfast at Hy-Vee Market Grill.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, your big ideas don't have to wait. They have everything they need to come to life because Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas. A technology that loves expanding your business and evolving your passion. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
This season, it's not just madness on the hardwood, but outdoors in the yard too. No matter what the challenge, Ego Outdoor Power Equipment delivers incredible power and performance. From yard work essentials like mowers, blowers, chainsaws, and trimmers to innovations such as portable power stations and cordless pressure washers. You can use the same battery to power over 90 tools. That's why Ego has over 200,000 five-star reviews and counting. Check out the winning lineup at egopowerplus.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Papa Roach.
This is my last resort. That's what she said, I don't hate.
With Rise Against, celebrating 25 years. Rise of the Roach Tour. Rockin' T-Mobile Center this Wednesday night. With special guest, Under Oath. On sale now at LiveNation.com. Don't miss Papa Roach and Rise Against together on one epic night.
If the exterior of your home or business needs a facelift, trust the guys at CertaPro Painters like we did. They're local and they get the job done right the first time. CertaPro Painters take care of every little detail, and I can't wait to finally be proud of the outside of my home. So if you're feeling like your home or business needs that facelift, schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C for your home or business. Call and ask about their spring sales event going on now through May 15th. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Royals coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door, forward and back, RENNER.
It's almost Andy Reid. The off-season is a perfect time for a $100 tune-up from Renner Garage Door. Get a free replacement quote today. Call or click rennerdoor.com. Renner forward and back.
RENNER.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side inbound I-70, starting to see some off-again, on-again slowdowns from Lee Summit Road over towards Nolan. 71 northbound still rolling before 75th Street up towards Gregory. Kansas side, 635 southbound slows at the interchange with I-35. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
And happy Monday to you all. 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals. Don't forget, Burns on Deck show tonight at 5:30. Royals at home against Minnesota, first of 4. Michael Lorenzen, a.k.a. Mr. Biceps, on the mound tonight, ready to just keep shoving along as the boys are playing some ball. Had a solid weekend out there at the K for those guys. Also, national title game tonight, 7:50. What inning will the Royals game be in when the ball is tipped?
4th.
Okay.
I'm going to go 4th.
Top or bottom?
Bottom of 4.
Royals hitting in the bottom of the 4th when the ball is tipped.
Yep.
And then don't forget, we're getting closer and closer and closer. This Thursday will be 2 weeks away. Fans draft party. April 24th at the Landing in Liberty. Shout out to Maloney. Starting at 6 p.m. Bink and Unacera will be broadcasting live during the first round.
10.
We will have our contest back. It'll be a $965 prize plus an autographed Jawan Taylor helmet as the prize as well. 1 point for every player drafted in the first round. 3 points if you get it right player on right team. Sheet must be turned in prior to the first pick on the clock, and the fans' entire staff will be in attendance. So you'll see us all. We'll all be eating chicken fingers at the same time, pretzels as well.
Pretzels are the special. Bob's Bavarian Pretzel, $9.65. Get them at the Landing.
I'll tell you something, man.
How many pretzels do you think Binkley's going to eat that night?
0.
Okay.
He's going to be too excited to be
Too
eating.
excited.
Too excited.
Gotcha.
Yeah, not going to be
Now,
able to.
if you'd ask me how many dips he's going to shove into that lip,
Yeah.
you're looking at 4.5.
You think he does a dip a pick?
No.
No? Okay.
But I bet he does a dip an hour.
An
That
hour?
First round's
Okay.
4 freaking hours long.
Over under 1 can.
Oh, over.
Okay.
Oh, you think he'll blow through a can during the first round of the draft?
Well,
Oh
what
my
time? He's going
God.
to get there at 4 o'clock.
Well, that
that's
is true. He's
fair.
probably there already. I mean, we're more than 2 weeks away. I got to get my seat on that stage.
Miss Clifton.
Yeah.
Miss Clifton. Rob's like, dude, it's not starting till the 24th.
Yeah, he's there already, though. He's ready to go. He's building a set on that stage at the landing. You know, he's going to have like a fake Mel Kiper up there with him.
I wonder that one guy's going to sit down right next to him.
I hope he does.
He should. That was weird, and it was on a weekend. What else was weird this weekend via internet, Mr. Fescoe?
Well, the first thing I saw is this one, and it's a very short story. A naked man walked into a store and exposed himself to a clerk, according to police. This, of course, was a Family Dollar store. I mean, where else would something like this happen, right?
Was it still around?
Yeah, absolutely. The Enfield Police Department in New Hampshire said the officers responded to a Family Dollar on Route 4 Saturday night for a reported indecent exposure. A heavy-set man walked into the store naked, wearing a surgical mask, yelled, "Hey," to the store clerk, and ran out.
Hey.
The incident is under investigation for anyone who recognizes the man.
I love hey.
Surgical mask.
That's right.
Naked. Heavy set. And said, hey. And walked out.
So if you recognize his ass cheeks walking out the door, you can go ahead and find this guy. So Family Dollar, middle of New Hampshire, heavy-set naked man, surgical mask. They didn't say where the surgical mask was,
That's
though.
a good point.
That might make things harder.
I mean, if it's around his nether regions or around his face, completely different.
I know that I'm hard. Infield. That's an interesting name for a town, like a city.
Enfield, New Hampshire.
Okay.
Yep.
Men's wieners. Did he have his nose sticking out of the mask?
I don't know. Probably.
A lot of
I mean,
people did that
I'm
during
guessing.
COVID.
Yeah, during COVID, that was a big deal, right?
His head was
Yeah.
probably sticking out, though.
Yeah. So definitely was one way or the other. There's no question about that. The
Yikes.
other one that I saw this week and that I do find weird from a sports standpoint, and I find this to be the dumbest thing that anybody does in sports. Well, one of. There's a lot of dumb stuff that goes on in sports. But now there's talk of the Cleveland Browns potentially tanking this season to get Arch Manning next year in the draft. There are no guarantees that anybody you draft at any level in any sports is going to be good and worth tanking a season to do. But if anybody's going to do it, the Cleveland Browns have become experts at losing.
Good.
They've become experts at tanking. So I hope they do tank. I hope they do think Arch Manning is going to be the greatest player of all time. I hope Arch Manning either A, says, "I'm not playing there," or B, goes in there and stinks up the joint. That's what you get for tanking. Ask the Indianapolis Colts, who suck for luck, and how that experiment ended up playing out. You ended up losing your guy. He walked away from the game. Never, ever, ever take a season off if you're a professional sports team because you don't know what's going to happen.
And this isn't a team that hasn't done this before and hasn't had number one
Well,
picks.
they've been sucking for Manning for 30 years.
Come
Yeah,
on, we've
right.
done this.
Right. So if they do tank, how is anybody going to know?
Of course, yeah, you're right. You wouldn't be able to tell.
Are they tanking or are they just Cleveland?
It's 1-31.
Right? I
That's
mean,
tough.
that's all it is, right? Cleveland has stunk since 1999. Here or there, they had a nice season. But for the most part, they stink. I just don't think tanking is the way to do it in professional sports. I think that's a terrible, terrible, terrible way to do it. Unless it's baseball and you can tank for a couple of years and stockpile a bunch of picks like Houston did, and the Cubs were able to do it at that point in time. If you can do something like that, fine. But nobody wants to go through that kind of stuff in the NFL especially. And nobody really wants to go through it in baseball for that matter.
Here's a wild internet story for you. One of the oldest Taco Bells in the United States is closing in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Oh, damn.
Darn. People in Scottsdale aren't eating Taco Bell, by the way. They're eating In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, well, but if it's the oldest one closing, you're going to go back. You're going to go check it out. You're going to see
once
why.
more.
Yeah,
Of course.
that's a shame. Kids went to Taco Bell over the weekend, I guess. Woke up yesterday morning, Taco Bell's everywhere.
Everywhere across the house. That's nice.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why is it all over the house? They can't
Wait till
throw
you
it
have
away?
kids. Figure it out. So
I'm
they
not
don't
gonna
throw
have
anything
kids.
away. Good Lord.
I don't have any
The
plan
day
to
they
have
clean
kids.
up after themselves will be the first.
I mean, I know they tell you to like stay calm as a parent, but that's like one of the things that like would make me turn into like Hank from Me, Myself, and Irene.
twitching a little
Oh
bit.
yeah. Wake up the next morning, there's just rat. You do realize we have a dog,
Yeah.
for one. Two, like
Yeah.
brutal. Like that's upsetting.
Bob's like, yeah.
Just smashing food,
I mean, if they left Taco Bell out, nothing else, fine. I mean, it's just the least of my concerns. I don't care anymore. I just
Christ,
you get to
Ted,
that
you love them
point.
so much you could have them.
Yeah, they wear you down to a nub.
Ugh. That's tough. That's a tough Tuesday right there.
That is.
Waking up Sunday morning, like, why are there wrappers everywhere? Like the little sauce packages, the corners that are ripped off are just all over the couch. Like my cousins used to put like their candy trash inside the couch cushion. As if we didn't know what they were doing over there.
Of course.
I'd be like,
Burying.
hey, jerk face. Ball it up in your hand and go throw it away in the trash can. It's 5 paces to your left, Aiden. Golly. Somebody says the guy's technically not naked if he had a mask on. Okay, thanks. Wasn't really.
It is a Monday.
Really, they put an LOL, so I left that
Okay.
out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I will say it wasn't a weird situation. It was more of a wild, chaotic situation. That situation was Duke and Houston. We'll explain what it meant to us and what it means today on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, one of the best phone calls you can make is calling my friends over at Golden Oak Lending and talking to them about your financial situation, where you are right now, where you want to go, and how they can potentially help you get there. We talk to Golden Oak about twice a year, and we do our free mortgage checkup. It's risk-free. There's no paperwork. There's no credit card required. It's just a conversation with the good folks over at Golden Oak Lending. And when they answer the phone, they'll say, how can we help you? And that's what you tell them about your financial situation. You tell them exactly where you are. You tell them where you want to go, and then they'll look for a mortgage that maybe can help you get there. If they have something that's better than what you're currently in, they'll let you know. If they don't have something that's better than what you're in right now, they're going to let you know that as well. That's why it is a no-risk free mortgage checkup. And when you refinance with Golden Oak Lending, you'll go 2 months without making a mortgage payment, and the average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month. If you want to just go online and check out Zipline, their Golden Oak Lending's fast and easy online mortgage tool, you can do that as well at goldenoaklending.com. But if you want to talk to someone like I like to do, and I love talking to the folks at Golden Oak Lending, call them today, 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Baseball is back. Time to get your game day grill going. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal at the ballpark or sear the best steak ever while listening to the game on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're getting ready to wrap up the basketball season at the collegiate level tonight, but professional basketball continues on, and right now you can have fun with the Underdog app because Underdog is one of the leading sports apps, and you can now play it in the state of Missouri. This basketball season, when your favorite stars score buckets, we're alley-ooping you an opportunity to win money from watching sports with Underdog. To play, choose whether a player will go higher or lower than one of their stats. Points, assists, rebounds, and more. And they've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. I love creating entries across all sports. You've got baseball, basketball, all kinds of great stuff going on right now. You can create entries with all basketball selections or do what I do and mix and match them. And you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you'll win up to 1,000 times your money. So download the Underdog app now and sign up using promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code BOB to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Man, are you over 40 and struggling with low energy, not feeling like yourself? Low T Center's testosterone replacement therapy is the solution. Get started today by visiting one of our conveniently located clinics. Meet a medical provider and get back to feeling your best. This April only, the consultation is free. Treatment is tailor-made just for you and is covered by most major insurance. Get treated at our centers or from home. Why wait? Book your appointment now at lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just 2 deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks, you know?
Like us?
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Whether you're a DIY enthusiast, a contractor, or business owner, Metal by the Foot has the perfect solution for you. Located in KC and Topeka, online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Royals coverage sponsored by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
In downtown, 35 northbound, pretty heavy from 670 up past 12th Street with construction taking away the right lane. Kansas side, 635 southbound starting to slow from Shawnee Drive down to I-35. Alan Corr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and watch all the shows from your phone, desktop, or tablet. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
You got 12 hours and 30 minutes more of sunlight.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Wait,
7:46 is your sunset tonight. So the sun will still be out before the ball gets tipped.
12 hours, 43 minutes left.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 12 hours, 36 minutes or whatever he had was completely wrong. I want every minute I can get of sun.
Soak it in. That's awesome. Almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Hell yes.
Soon.
When does it flip to 8 o'clock? I'm guessing end of the week. If we're at, what time did you say today?
7:46 is sunset.
Probably 2 weeks then, right? 14 minutes. We've got a minute or so a day. So I'm guessing by April 21st, maybe we got 8 o'clock sunset. That'd be great.
Right around your birthday.
Yeah.
Speaking of April 21st, that'll be the Fescoe garage sale.
That's right.
Where we try to get Jen set up for the BMA Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Try to get as much money as we can. We'll have a bunch of Bob's old stuff. We'll have a Derek Thomas autograph photo of mine that you could purchase.
Patrick Mahomes autographed flag from his rookie year where he actually wrote his whole signature out. He hasn't changed it at that point in time. His rookie signature, something different. Yeah.
Mac's going to cut a lock of his hair off, put it in a baggie. You can buy that.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Whoever wants it. Yeah.
If Andy Reid's giving out mustache whiskers for a prize on football this year, why not?
Yeah, that's weird.
There was a Jason Kelsey had some sort of there was a mustache or whatever. It was something like that this year in a pregame show.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, that they
Really?
gave it to
Okay.
they gave it to the fake Andy Reid or the second fake Andy Reid because the fake Andy Reid was busy that night, so he couldn't make it. And then the second fake Andy Reid was in for him. No, this is the exact true story because I talked to Andy, air quotes. I said, "Why did they pick you?" He goes, "Well, they did. I had something to do, so I turned it over to the next guy in line." Though the fake Andy Reid was the guy on Amazon that got the mustache whiskers from Andy Reid.
I've never known someone to have two body doubles.
I just said all that. I mean, just think about that.
And then you went to Andy's and had a concrete.
Bro, hell yes, he did. That was the big one. It wasn't the whiskers from Andy Reid. It was the concrete at Andy's.
Right.
Oh, let's go.
Boy, the Final Four was great, wasn't it? I thought the Florida and, gosh, I'm already drawing a blank. The Florida game,
Auburn.
game was great. Jedi Broom disappeared in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I also thought it was weird they exited the tunnel at the same time, where you have like Bruce Pearl and Broom are like trying to handle the loss, and then directly right behind them is like the entire Florida team like cheering and clapping.
Yeah, gator chomping and
Didn't really plan that one out.
Yeah, there's only one tunnel in those buildings. I've been there, man. Sometimes it gets a little messy under there. Teams are trying to get on, teams are trying to get off. Everybody's going through that same little gate there, and then you got Bob Hurley yelling at people, or Dan Hurley, or whatever his name was, yelling at people in the tunnel. So yeah, sometimes I'm surprised we haven't seen more fights like that kind of stuff, break out. But I gave you everything you wanted, right? Gave you close games, gave you fun matchups, and you got a national championship game tonight with Florida against Houston. And there's a lot on the line, man. Like, I don't know about you guys and how you feel about this national championship game. I want Houston to win this thing. I'm rooting. I have no interest in Florida. I have no connection to the state. I have no connection to that university whatsoever. Not that I do to Houston or anything like that, but to me, that's the better story. That's where, if you're a quote-unquote die-in-the-wool, true college basketball fan, love the old-school ways, then you should be rooting for Houston tonight. Those are guys that have been together for a while. They're an actual team. They've been there for a while. They got a legendary coach. Oh, by the way, they play defense. For all of those who say the NBA doesn't play defense, you should be watching Houston tonight. They'll play defense. They'll muck it all up. So I'm rooting for Houston tonight. I'm rooting for a good game, a compelling game that keeps me entertained. But if I have to pick the team that I'm rooting for Houston tonight because they're everything that we all used to love about college basketball.
And the reason Duke is not playing and Houston is, Duke had a 91.6% chance of winning with 35.4 seconds left in the game.
They still had like a 60% chance of winning when they lost that game last night or 2 nights ago.
They were up 61-67 with 35.4 seconds left, just could not inbound the ball.
They made one field goal in the last 10.5 minutes.
That's it right there. That's all you need to know.
I also thought it was a very touchy foul call on Cooper Flag.
No doubt. But you had one field goal in the last 10.5 minutes of the game. I'm not talking about the referees.
Yeah, couldn't inbound the ball, couldn't draw an inbounds play, turning over.
Pretty big call, though.
Yeah, but it's easy. It's low-hanging fruit to go after referee. You went 10.5 minutes and made one field goal.
Yeah, you're up.
That's fair,
you're up 11 with 2 minutes or something.
That's fair, but that was on a free throw called immediately. And 2 free throws, game over.
Yeah, don't put yourself in that situation.
Okay.
10.5 minutes with one field. I'm not blaming the referees, Dusty.
I'm not blaming the referees. I'm saying that's a very touchy call and a very big moment of the game.
Yeah,
it
was.
And the majority of people that watch that game agree that that's not. That happens every single time at a free throw. Yeah. And they called it immediately.
Immediately they called it, right? They called it immediately. They blew the whistle. They made the call, but that's not why Duke lost the game. And people want to point to that and say, I saw it all day yesterday. Oh, the Duke lost the game because it's official. No, they lost the game because they scored one basket in the last 10.5 minutes of the game. Like that's that's more than a half of a half.
Yes.
That they went and they scored one basket. I don't give it. The ref could blow his whistle all day long.
Yeah.
You scored one basket in the final 10.5 minutes. So all these people want to blame the referees for the way that game finished. 10.5 minutes without that's college basketball in a nutshell right there. 10.5 minutes and you made one basket?
Yeah. I mean, tough loss.
Tough loss. And this is who Houston is, right? They were down 6 with 20 seconds to go this regular season against Kansas, forced double overtime, beat them. Like, they never feel like they're out of it.
Right.
That game against Tennessee last week, they trounced them. Tennessee has come back in that game all season long. Houston said, no, we're not going to let you do that. We're not going to let our foot off the gas. We're going to play intense defense for 40 minutes, even though we're kicking your butt.
Has anybody played that good a defense in college basketball in years? I mean,
seriously,
that is unbelievable. What are those guys going to do when they go to the NBA? Because they don't allow defense, from what people say. But that's why I said if you're one that complains about the NBA doesn't be playing defense, you got to go out there and you got to root for Houston. You got to root your ass off for Houston tonight. That's everything that you want to see in a basketball team. But defense wins championships, right? Defense goes out there and wins championships in every sport. Vern talks about it all the time with us with the Royals. Got to play good defense. Chiefs, they had Patrick Mahomes, got good when they got defense. Defense ultimately ends up winning championships. And so that's what Houston did, man. They put the clamps down. They held Duke with one basket in the final 10.5 minutes, and they won the basketball game. I think Duke thought that they deserved to win that game, and that was their game, and they were going to win it, and it didn't matter. And then Houston showed up and said, not so fast, my friends.
Yeah, it was I mean, they choked it away. That's no doubt about it. And I think there's a lot of people that are in this world that are like, if it could have happened to anybody, it would have happened to Duke, and they loved it. So that's there. You blew the game. I mean, that to me was the worst choke job since Atlanta was up 28-3.
Yeah, that's a choke job. Yeah. Because there's a difference between blowing it and having a choke job. Being up big, like what Duke was, what were they up 11? At one point?
Well, they were at 14. And they were up 9 with like 2 minutes or something.
They were up 6 with 35 seconds.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's a choke job right there. You're up 28-3. That's a choke job.
Coach K was out there with a voodoo doll or something.
100%.
Yeah, you're up 28 in a playoff game against the Colts and you lose. That's a choke job,
that's
right?
Tough.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Houston being up huge over Buffalo in the playoffs years ago. That's a choke job.
Big.
That is a choke job. You know, and then in the NFL, you got the upsets that take place. The Giants beating New England. That's not a choke job by New England. That's an upset by the Giants. Giants control basically that entire game. KU beating Oklahoma in 88. That right there, that's an upset. Oklahoma was the favorite. Battle back and forth. Kansas won that game. Oklahoma didn't choke. That's an upset. Team USA beating Russia. That's an upset. Back and forth type of game. Battled hard, Scored the game-winning goal with a few seconds left. That's an upset. Choke jobs are when you go out there and you have these big leads and you just absolutely pee all over yourself. And that's what happened with Duke, man. They absolutely choked that thing away. 14-point lead, 9 with 2 minutes to go. You got to finish that thing off, man. Score a basket. Whew.
It's like Greg Norman when he choked away a tournament.
Oh my God!
Remember that?
Or the guy in the water was a Jean Van de Velde who's trying to chip out of the water. I mean that's a choke job too. But I mean Cooper Flagg. Now you got to talk about his legacy completely changes.
It changes a lot,
right? That's not hyperbolic, Bob. I'm glad you said that because you're more of a college basketball fan than I am. But like Cooper Flagg, your whole legacy is winning a championship at Duke in 1 year and being the greatest college basketball player of all time.
Yes.
Conversation's wide open right now, in my opinion.
He will hear about this loss for the rest of his career. Book that.
Okay. I mean, maybe it makes his career better. Maybe he knows what it's like to be
absolutely
to get it done a little bit more.
Do you think he comes back to Duke now and tries to win another one?
It's a terrible business decision.
Yeah, get out of there.
Business decision. Yeah.
Get out.
No, I agree with you, Dusty. It could make him better for it.
Hey, you'll see. Yeah.
No doubt about it. Coming up on the other side, we react to what happened this weekend for the Royals. Plus, we get to one word, and I can tell you one thing. Jack Caglianone's going to dominate that category. I can promise you that here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City Sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, summer vacation is coming up, and you need to park your car at the airport, and Park and Go is where you're going to park your car when you are out of town, because at Park and Go, they have all covered parking. Your car is protected from all the elements. You don't want your car sitting out in the hot sun this summer while you're on vacation, getting all that interior damage. No, let Park and Go keep your car safe and sound with all covered parking, and Park and Go makes everything so simple. Man, you make that flight reservation, you go right to their app or to bookparkandgo.com and make your parking reservation. It takes like 2 minutes to make your reservation and prepay. That way it's taken care of. And you don't have to worry about it when you get there or when you're leaving after you come back from your trip. When you show up on the day of your flight, Park and Go's got the spot reserved for you. They direct you right to that covered parking spot, and the van meets you immediately and takes you right to the airport terminal. And when you get back, just grab your bag, walk outside, and the van is there. Jump on it, and you're right back to the trunk of your car. Do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it? This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, It's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices to serve you.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point, so you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, and tennis. You're just trying to get by. I want you to know something. The medical pros at QC Kinetics right here in Kansas City are on the case and focused to finally get you the relief you need. They've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments that help calm that debilitating joint pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, and your back. With QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you your life back without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. Curious if you'd be a candidate for these treatments? No problem. The consultation is totally free, and they're happy to take a look to see if they can help you finally get the relief that you deserve. Call now and find out how easy it is to get back to enjoying life without chronic joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
In downtown, 35 northbound, slow from 670 up past 12th Street with construction taking away the right lane. On the Kansas side, things moving pretty well. 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Chris Bubich walks off the mound after 6 2/3 dominant innings. 8 strikeouts. He only has allowed 1 run this entire season. A quality start for Bubich and a quality ovation.
Well deserved there for one Chris Bubich after his outing yesterday against Baltimore as they win the series 2 out of 3. It's exactly what we said Friday. Go out there, get your first real big test of the series or the season, and pass it. I think they did. I know Saturday's game wasn't great. You had the Bobby Witt Jr. home run that game. And then yesterday, Bobby Witt Jr. was in fuego.
Yeah, he was great yesterday, right? How much fun was that? Not just to watch him at the plate, but also defensively with a couple of plays yesterday. Like, I felt like that this was Bobby's breakout weekend. At one point, I don't know if it was Friday or Saturday, I looked up, he was hitting 230. I'm like, oh, that's not very good, right? And then all of a sudden, home run in a game that, was out of the way. It wasn't a meaningful home run, but meaningful for him maybe, because then he carried it over to the next day and you get the triple, you get the double, you get the single, and we're all sitting there going, oh my, he's a home run away from the cycle. And I thought for sure Bobby Witt was going to get the cycle yesterday. It just felt like one of those games where he was going to come through and get that cycle. So he got going this weekend. That's a good thing. Chris Bubich is shown now through 2 starts, as you heard there. The gentleman say he gave up 1 run through those 2 starts, and he's been really, really good for this organization. And you took 2 out of 3 early on against the Baltimore Orioles. And when you had the opportunity to do this a season ago, you didn't take 2 out of 3 from the Baltimore Orioles, right? Last April, we keep going back to last April, go, man, that's when we knew the bullpen wasn't going to get the job done when they went to Baltimore and they lost a couple of games. Now you return the favor. You took a couple of games from the Baltimore Orioles. You built on taking advantage of them in the postseason a year ago. And now, I think anyway, you have that mental advantage over the Baltimore Orioles. When they see the Orioles coming, or the Royals coming, they know, damn, they've got our number. They beat us in the playoffs. They beat us 2 out of 3 now. You're probably getting inside the head of Baltimore. And I think that's a good thing, because I think there's a good chance that you see the Orioles again during that postseason. And so if you can have the advantage and it's inside their domes that you're better than them, that's a great thing going into October. It's such a mind game once you get to the playoffs. And I think the Royals right now have that advantage over Baltimore. I love it.
Kansas City just in general owns Baltimore.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Sorry, Ravens. Sorry, Orioles.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You got Bobby Witt Jr., you got Patrick Mahomes, and you got to deal with both of them, and I have no sympathy for you.
Yeah. And you got Gunnar Henderson and Lamar Jackson, and on another planet. That's pretty damn good. But in this planet KC, we've got a better shortstop and a better quarterback, even though you have 2 of the best in the game.
Yeah, it was a very nice weekend to see the boys in blue play ball like that. 2 out of 3 from Baltimore. Handled the game Friday night. Handled the game on Sunday afternoon. Obviously, we were talking about Bobby Witt Jr.'s performance. He was a home run shy of the cycle by the 4th inning.
Yeah.
Which is insane. Now, the triple was misplayed, but
hey,
still,
so what?
Make the play, right?
Yeah.
Cooper Flag, don't make the foul, right? Don't give it a chance. And then, what was it, Friday night, Bobby Witt Jr. scored from first on a pop-up that dropped in right field from first to home. And she's like, okay, I don't know what this guy can do, but I'm excited to watch that throughout.
I know what he can do. He can knock on JJ's door and say, pay me some more money. Vladdy just got $500 million overnight, right? And so that's what I would do if I'm Bobby Witt Jr. I'm like, hey, it's time to pay me more, baby.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where, obviously the season takes a little bit to kind of get everybody's juices flowing. Still waiting for MJ's to get flowing, which we'll see if that ever happens. But again, this team looked like the team that was ready for a challenge. They had their first big test. They now have 4 against Minnesota coming up, where tonight will be Lorenzen, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, you'll get Reagans and Lugo, and then Thursday in the getaway game at 1:00 here in Kansas City. You'll have Waka as well, and then you get to start another 3-game series against the Cleveland Guardians, which we all remember how that series ended, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what kind of, ferociousness, tenaciousness comes out of that series when you get past Minnesota. But you got to play the 4 first against Minnesota. You have 2 back-to-back big series coming up, a big out-of-your-division series, going up against Minnesota, going up against Cleveland. Keep the line moving, as they used to say. Keep the wins rolling. Again, we talked about it earlier. I would take 2 out of 4 for Minnesota. Absolutely would love 3 out of 4. That puts you in a great spot. I don't think it's out of the question when you have, 2 of your best pitchers going against Minnesota in 2 of those games. So you would think that you could take care of the Reagans in the Lugo game and then coin flip game with Waka or Lorenzen tonight going up on the action.
Well, I think if you have the vision of winning this division, well, these are games that you have to win because you got to keep a losing team losing. I don't think Minnesota's a very good baseball team. I don't care, where they are through 9 games or 10 games of the season. Overall, I just don't think they're that good. And so I think you have the opportunity to go out there and gain some ground on your standings. You're going to have to find ways to make up ground and to win games, right? And when you play a losing team like the Minnesota Twins, you got to take advantage of the Minnesota Twins. Splitting with the Twins in April, you say, okay, real nice. But maybe you look back later in the season and go, man, that Minnesota team really stunk. I wish we would have taken that 3 of 4. And so I think you got to go in there with the mindset of looking at Minnesota for the next 4 games, and that's all you can look at is the next series, and say, all right, let's take 3 out of 4 versus the Minnesota Twins, because if you're going to win this division, the expectations need to be higher. We need to put, I don't want to say pressure on the team to win or anything like that. There's enough pressure on there, but have that expectation that, hey, we've turned that page. We've moved forward as an organization, and we're better than the Minnesota Twins. So let's go out there and show the world or show ourselves or whoever that we are better than the Minnesota Twins. Take 3 out of 4 from these guys. Start to kind of put that separation between you and the rest of the teams in that division, because I still think you're going to win your division based on how you do head-to-head. And when you have the White Sox and when you have the Twins, I think you need to take advantage of those games.
Yeah, Bobby Witt Jr. this weekend was, I think he was 5 of 16, had a single-double, or had a double, a triple, and a home run, had 1 RBI, but again, absolutely smashed up on his average, because you were saying he was, maybe didn't like it, but he's now 297 average. He's got
almost 70 points in the weekend, right? Yeah.
Right, and his slash line 366-514-880. That's a solid line right there. And again, if you're going to go up there and compete with Aaron Judge to win that MVP award this year, you're going to have a lot of series like that. And in a series where, scrutinized in the playoffs because he was somewhat irrelevant against the Yankees, in a series where you needed your stars to be stars and you need your superstar to be a superstar, he showed up, man. Yeah. And they brought in Gunnar Henderson for this series, coming off that injury to his side. And his first series, he'll get better throughout the season. But this was a series where it was like clear cut. Bobby Witt Jr. was a superstar, and the Royals won 2 out of 3, and they did it because their pitcher and their 4th man in their rotation went out there with another quality start, towed the slab, and absolutely shoved with Bubic.
He did, and that's what Bubic needs to do, man. Like, Bubic is back, and I was talking to somebody the other day who's like, I ran into Bubic's mom before his opening start, and she was really nervous. I go, about what? She goes, oh, just for her son. And I'm like, oh, okay, good, because I don't know if there was something wrong or, whatever the case may be. I would just like to say to Mrs. Bubic right now, your son's doing just fine. No need, you're a mom, you're always nervous, I get it, but no need to be nervous anymore, man. Your son seemingly has figured it out, going from the stretch. He's got this thing on lockdown through 2 games, and it's good to see, because this was a kid that you drafted back in 2018. You love to see your drafted guys do well. And in that draft, you had Singer taken, you had Lynch IV taken, you had Bubic taken as well. In that 2018, I think it was, draft, who else was on there? Lynch, Bubic, Jackson Kowar, who's I believe he's already been traded. And then Brady Singer was the top guy. You got Jonathan India for him, who plays every position for you and leads off and gives you that guy you need at the top of your lineup. So if Chris Bubic can continue to pitch well and Lynch IV continue to be a rock out of your bullpen, that's a win for you in that draft. When you drafted all of those pitchers, you got your leadoff guy for Brady Singer, you got Lynch IV as a reliable guy in the bullpen, and Chris Bubic, the 4th guy that was drafted that year, the Cape Cod Player of the Year out of Stanford. That's the guy that could be potentially the best out of that draft. That draft's going to pay off for the Royals, man.
Yeah, he keeps shoving like that, and Walker can get it figured out and control the strike zone a little bit more. Then all of a sudden, you're right back where you were last year. You can lean on your rotation, lean on your defense, and lean on your team speed, which was all there. We talk about it. It all revolves around Bobby Witt Jr. He did exactly that. Obviously, scoring from first on a pop fly base hit from Vinny Pasquantino, hitting the home run in Saturday's game, which was obviously a bad game for the Royals, but still, you win 2 out of 3. Bobby's defense was on display. It was amazing what he was doing at shortstop this weekend. Plus, yesterday almost hits for the cycle in the first 6 innings of the game, which is nuts. And then you see it, everybody kind of, like we said, starts with the top guys. Salvi looked good. Bobby looked good. You look at Jonathan India, he's always going to be relevant at the top of that order. And then Michael Garcia has been a very, very pleasant surprise to this season. I think he's your 6th hitter in the lineup, him or Massey at 5 or 6, and then that's kind of patched up a little bit better. And again, you're 7, 8, 9. It's tough to have a solid 7, 8, 9 if you're not the Dodgers, or you're not the Yankees or the Padres or something like that. So, look, keep doing what you're doing and keep rolling through and winning 2 out of 3 against teams that you have to beat in baseball, and you're going to set your team up for success throughout this season. And now when you play 4 against Minnesota, Go out there and take 3 out of 4. Minnesota's down this year. They haven't been off to a good start. Take advantage of somebody that's down and out while you're coming off of a high in a series against Baltimore.
Well, and I think the good news for Bubic is the fact that he's pitching well when you know somebody's not going to pitch well, whether it be Lugo or whether it be Waka. Those are probably the two that you look at. Both had major career years last year. Asking both of those guys to duplicate and be better than what they were a season ago is tough to do. So you're going to have somebody else step it up. Who that guy was going to be, we were wondering. People wanted to know who's going to step it up. Bubic has taken advantage of this opportunity, and he's taken advantage of it in a big way. And that, for me, is everything that you need to know about this team moving forward, is now they've got another pitcher that they can rely on because somebody is going to take that step back. It's just a regression from the means. It happens. It's simple math. Guys go through this all the time. They have career years. They take a step back. If you want to maintain yourself as a team up top, somebody has to take over. Somebody has to pick up the slack. And so far, Chris Bubic has been that guy in the rotation this year.
All right. 7:30, Monday. Time for one word.
Let's do some one word really quick, though. I got a question here from the text line. I think it's good. I want to ask you guys. With the MLB season so young, when is it warranted to consider who is good or not? You guys keep saying, I don't care what the record is after X amount of games.
Well, we've said this. There's a lot of lines of demarcation.
Yeah.
By May 1st, you'll kind of have an idea of where guys are. Memorial Day, you'll really know whether teams and players are in it. I look at every 10 baseball games as one NFL game because that's what it equates to. So tomorrow is our 10th game of the year. You can make some determinations and have your overreactions after your 10 games. Do another 10 games, react again.
Yeah.
But they will always say May 1st is a good line of demarcation. Memorial Day is a good line of demarcation. Then people will say the 4th of July, kind of the All-Star break. And then Labor Day is kind of moving weekend. You kind of figure out where you're headed for the last month of the season. So, no, you don't judge every baseball game. You don't overreact every baseball game. You don't even watch every baseball game, okay? You just kind of take it for what it is. It's there every single day. You don't get too high. You don't get too low. The people who get too high and too low during the course of the baseball season just end up burning themselves out. That's why Q's got the perfect temperament for this. He's very calm. That's what you have to be. Ned was very calm, too, over the course of it. You never got really too high. You never got too low. And when you decided to make a decision, you wait a week and let it play itself out and then go back and revisit that decision. Baseball's all about patience. You can't get too high and you can't get too low over the course of a baseball season. You'll drive yourself batty.
To answer that question shortly, I would say June 1st is always like my line of approval. Like once you get to June 1st, you should know where your team is. You should know what your team is about. You should know who's there, who's not. June 1st has always been my line of, that's the solidification of the season, June 1st.
Couple good answers there for you, 816. We'll get to one word. Bobby Witt Jr. this weekend. One word on your guy.
Back.
Flawless. I mean, with the glove, with the speed, with the bat. I mean, as advertised. I know that's 2 words, but Bobby Witt Jr., Bob says back, comfortable. Here we go. The race is on. Him and Judge are going to be the 2 guys at the top of this year's, MVP race. I think that's where we're at. Judge obviously is still just absolutely just on fire. But I think, it's good to see that. It's par for the course as we get into Masters Week as well. But Bobby Witt Jr. looked great this weekend. I'm excited to see it, and I hope it continues throughout the season and continues especially through this series against Minnesota.
Perfect. We'll go one word on another possible, well, not possible, will be future Royal. One word on your guy Jack Caglione this weekend. Here's something that he did.
The 0-2 delivery, swinging a high drive, deep right field, way back. That ball is long gone, and that one reaches Elgin Street. Goodness.
Baylor Street.
Jack Caglione with his first home run for Northwest Arkansas. That was a no-doubter.
The unicorn.
Ooh, okay.
I would say one word to describe Jack Caglione: predictable. I mean, we knew he was going to destroy Double-A, but you got to start there. I hate baseball. I hate its algorithm. I hate that everybody has to go through this system. And every time we get, pregame interviews about Jack Caglione, it's like, look, we don't want to bring him up and ruin his chances. It could go either way. We don't want to, basically shock him out. He comes up here and fails, but clearly got his numbers on the board. First 3 games, his slash line is 385, 412, 692, 1.104. Hits that 464 piss missile to right field to, what was it, Elgin Street, he said? Elgin Street, we now know that's a street in Tulsa because of Jack Caglione. Geographically, he has made this team smarter, and he's also given people something to look forward to because a lot of people keep seeing Renfroe and Melendez fail. Here's Caglione doing exactly what he's supposed to do. So keep it up. Keep doing what you're supposed to do because you hit a home run, 7 RBIs over the weekend, only striking out 4 times in 3 games. I think he had 15 at bats. Struck out 4 times, sure, whatever. Power hitters swing and miss a lot. But again, you carry a 385 average, a home run, and 7 RBIs in 3 games in a league where you're supposed to prove it. Expedite that future to the AAA system in the next month. Then maybe it continues in AAA. And then it's like, what do you do now? That's what you have.
You just start calling him Aaron Judge. I mean, my God, he's going to challenge Aaron Judge for the numbers. 6 home runs, 17 RBIs for Judge. Jack already has 7 RBIs.
Mm-hmm.
He's only 10 behind Aaron Judge in 3 games.
That's crazy. Bring him up.
Who's going to put up better numbers this year, Jack Caglione or Aaron Judge? That'll be a fun one to kind of watch and see, right?
Yes. Be the Aaron Judge of the minor leagues.
Heck yeah, please.
22 years old and just an absolute horse.
One word on the Minnesota Twins. They'll take them on today. It's 6:40 pregame. Vern, you can hear him. It's starting at 5:30.
Right? Irrelevant for me.
Okay.
Irrelevant, yeah.
Downward trending. They were a team of the past that were trying to be, the primo of the division. It was Minnesota, Cleveland. You win 3 out of 4 against Cleveland. You put that shock value in their face where they think, okay, maybe this Royals team is serious. Early on audition, here come the Royals. You have to come to Kansas City where, 58 today, 59 tomorrow, and then some nice weather throughout the rest of the week. But again, tonight you get Lorenzen, and then you get the Royals 1 and 2 guys in the rotation, and Reagans and Lugo. It's Reagans last time he started against Milwaukee, 5 innings, 10 strikeouts, had the game going. Can they continue to do that? But I think that the Minnesota wannabes would be the word that I would describe the Twins.
Okay.
They're wannabes. They're no longer. They've lost their push. I'm not as a fear of Minnesota as I used to be. Now, hopefully they don't go out there and get swept by Minnesota. Go win 3 out of 4, but at most take 2 out of 4, split the series. There's no blood in that loss.
Probably have to fire Q if they get swept by the Twins, right? I mean, it's going to be the talk on Friday. That's going to come in on the text line.
Come on. What's Cotrero doing?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Big sports weekend. This is something that happened. One word on it.
Center. Send in Wilson on the flank. Cross ice. Ovechkin fires. Score! The chasing days are done! Alex Ovechkin is the greatest goal scorer in the history of the NHL.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that he's slamming beers after the game, too, and all that kind of, it's just perfect. It's just great. Love it.
Historic. I mean, that's essentially him passing MJ.
Mm-hmm.
That is the great one, right? Wayne Gretzky. And then I also thought it was class, the way Gretzky handled it.
Yeah.
He said, hey, I'll be there when you break it. I promise. And he was the first man to shake his hand and the first person to be that guy. Kind of like when, LeBron passed Kareem for all-time points.
Kareem
and it was
was
like,
there.
is Kareem going to be, kind of a Richard about it? Nah, man. He came out there, gave Braun the crown, was like, congratulations, here you are. I'm the first person to congratulate you. I thought it was class. I thought it was historic. I mean, I'm not a huge hockey guy, but we were all kind of like in the corner of our eye, like, when is he getting close? Getting close?
Do it?
And then the slide and just seeing a grown-ass man who spent his whole career one area, one place. You don't see that a whole lot. And Ovi to pass that record and have Wayne Gretzky there and Paulina. Great time to see that happen. So historic, a lot of class involved. Hockey's a prestigious sport when it comes to records like that. And I thought it was great. I thought it was a historic weekend for that sport.
It was a lot of fun to see. Hockey's in a good spot right now. You had the Nations thing. You have Ovi beating Wayne Gretzky, kind of bringing the history back for a lot of people who weren't familiar, with what's gone on in hockey. You have Ovechkin breaking the record, a guy with a beer gut. Man, he's like looking at every man out there that's playing the game. So it was really cool to see that over the weekend. The only thing is, much like we see with Michael Jordan, I don't know that Ovechkin will ever be able to pass Wayne Gretzky as the greatest in the sport. No matter how good LeBron is, it's always going to be Michael. No matter how good Kobe was, it was always Michael. I think no matter how good Ovechkin's going to be, you're always going to have Wayne Gretzky kind of hanging out
For
there.
sure.
And I think it's going to be tough to beat him. I get he's 900 points behind Wayne Gretzky. But still, I mean, he broke the goal record, which is phenomenal. Love that Wayne said he'd be the first one to shake his hand, and he was. Also love the fact that Wayne said, I'm not hugging you because you stink, because hockey players smell worse than anything in the sports. And so to me, it was perfect, man. I love when sports do it right, and they did it right yesterday with
they
that.
nailed it.
894 for Gretzky was against the Islanders. 895 for Ovi was against
Oh, that's
the
cool
Islanders.
too. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
very
pretty
cool.
awesome. And the way that the Islanders handled it as well. I mean, they
Absolutely.
made it a big effing deal. It sucks to do those things away from your own barn, but when you have the opportunity to have the opponent embrace it like they did yesterday too, that was fantastic. The Islanders could have been, Richards about it and tried to ignore the whole thing. They embraced the whole thing yesterday too.
Yeah, it's just game respects game.
Absolutely.
That's a record that's been held for, 40 years?
Yeah.
At least? Or
It's
35
pretty close.
years?
I mean, Wayne Gretzky retired. I mean, he played on the 94 Rangers. I mean, we're talking 30-some years now,
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. That is one word. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll have Ron Hugley join us and talk about that Houston and Florida matchup. And again, tournament coverage on 96.5. The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Where does Duke rank? All-time hated teams in the history of sports? We asked that question because I have a feeling the Kansas City Chiefs have officially made that category as well. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5, The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friend Dawn Sharp has got it going on when it comes to buying or selling a home. If you've ever wondered on how to turn your property into a buyer's dream without lifting a finger, Dawn Sharp can help you do that. Work with Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team. They will handle all the aspects of preparing and marketing your home. They know what appeals to qualified buyers, allowing the home sellers to have a stress-free experience. And if your home's been on the market without any success, an expired listing can feel frustrating, but it doesn't have to be the end of your journey. The Sharp Homes team specializes in turning things around. In fact, the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. Contact my friend Dawn Sharp if you're looking to buy or sell a home. It's the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home, and they're brokered by Epic Realty. Google them at Sharp Homes Team and see from over 200 5-star Google and Zillow reviews, or just pay them a visit at homesforsaleinkc.com. That's homesforsaleinkc.com, and start packing.
Hey guys, it's Cody Tapp, and I want to tell you why I am so happy with the Awaken 180 weight loss at home program. Look, I'm nearing the end because I had a weight loss goal, and I've already met it. I'm not even 6 full weeks into the program. Look, you're looking for a long-term solution to weight loss. That's why I'm looking forward to the idea that once I get into maintenance mode, I have free support for life if I want it. Look, I know if you've been sitting around, you're like, God, I just want to lose 20 pounds. I want to lose 50 pounds. It doesn't really matter what the number is for you. It's about that weight loss goal. Mine was 30 pounds for that weight loss goal. And I'm happy to say that it has been so easy to do it over at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Shoot me a DM. Ask me. Look at the photos I've posted. If you've got questions, I'm happy to answer them for you. But they can answer them for you, too. Schedule your consultation today, 844-346-1800, or go online at awaken180weightloss.com and make the same decision I did. No extra medications, no extra gym, and no calorie counting. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point, so you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Honey, it's me, your wife. Sorry to bother you, but this house is a mess. The windows are drafty, the vinyl siding has cracks and holes in it, and the kids just fell through the deck. We need Powell Exteriors KC now. They install James Hardie siding, Provia windows, Renaissance patio products, beautiful decks, roofing, and more, all at 0% interest for 18 months. Go to powellkc.com and see for yourself. Powell Exteriors KC. The best decision you've made since you married me.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Downtown 35 northbound slows from before 670 up past 12th Street with construction taking away the right lane. 71 northbound slow rolling from 87th to Gregory. Kansas side 635 southbound slow from Gibbs down to I-35. Alan Carr 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Like what? 9 days away from the play-in games for the NBA. Here the
Let's
NBA
go.
Finals start, the NHL playoffs start, NBA playoffs, I should say. NHL playoffs, Masters week.
It's starting.
Royals are starting to get going. April, baby. You gotta love April. You don't have to, but you should.
Yeah, you're missing out if you don't.
What a great month. Beautiful sunny day here. Crisp,
weather.
Clear blue skies on your wonderful Monday. Thanks for joining us here on 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe, Mac, and Dusty all with you. Again, we'll have Vern at 8:20. We'll have Ron Hugley at 8. Talking all things Houston basketball, what they can do against Florida. Tonight, National Championship game 7:50. Royals at 6:40. Vern's on deck show at 5:30. We asked the question earlier, what inning is the Royals game going to be on when they make the tip? He said bottom of the 4th. So we'll be watching that diligently tonight. As Michael Lorenzen and his biceps go in there tonight to try to take game 1 against the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, look at those biceps tonight, man. He's going to be out there with no undershirt on, man. Exposed biceps for Lorenzen. Let's go.
He's a sexy man, Michael Lorenzen. Like, if I could have one body type, Michael Lorenzen. Be him or like Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey and Michael Lorenzen are very similar, though. I definitely see what their arms are very
genetically
much
blessed is what we would call that.
Yeah, well, there's a little bit of work that probably goes in as well. But yes, you got to have the genetics to start because I don't. So here we sit. Neither do you guys.
Yeah, no,
we sit, right? Yeah.
We're just 100 pounds of chewed bubble gum over here. But Duke loses on Saturday in classic fashion. I mean, just absolutely just 6-point lead with 35 seconds left, and then Houston comes back to win that game. I'm sure people in Houston were going nuts. Kelvin Sampson, good for him. Hopefully that guy can get a title. He's well-deserved. Back-to-back Big 12 Coach of the Year, going up against Florida, the new coming head coach there, who's got some skill sets as well, who could be another coach of the future as we look at college basketball. Who's the next coaches in the next run of things? Obviously, Hurley kind of stamped his approval as like the leader in the clubhouse.
I feel like he's forgotten now because he's not part of this, the last couple of days. You know,
maybe.
It's quickly how you dissipate when you don't have the ability to stay at. I mean, people were talking about Gino Auriemma went 12 years without winning a championship, right? I mean, people forget about you fast when you don't win, and all of a sudden Hurley's like just a footnote of the conversation right now.
Yeah,
right?
What he win? Like, didn't Gino Auriemma win like 8 straight titles?
Oh, I don't think it was that in a row, was it?
It was something like that. It's something crazy. Now he looks like Drew Carey. But congratulations to UConn. They won this weekend over South Carolina. I can't believe UConn's still a 2 seed. It's just like,
right. Well, him saying after the game, because after our first scrimmage this year, I didn't think we'd make the tournament.
Right.
And then here you are as a 2 seed, beating everybody in your wake and destroying South Carolina yesterday. I mean, Gino Auriemma has to be considered the greatest coach in college basketball history.
Him or Wooden?
I'd lean towards Gino, man. Like, again, Wooden did it back in the day when there was like 5 teams. And, Gino Auriemma continues to do it after generation after generation after generation. And he's grown a sport from a sport that nobody paid attention to one of the most important sports in the country right now, and female basketball, women's basketball on the collegiate level and where they are. And, their value is so high right now. Like Gino Auriemma's been a pioneer in all of this. I consider him the best college basketball coach of all time.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I mean, biasly, I think Pat Summitt's probably on the Mount Rushmore.
Sure, yeah. Oh, of course.
On the Mount Rushmore, but
Think
probably
about how many
not.
titles Pat would have had if he didn't exist.
I know, right?
Yeah, think about that, right?
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, but how many times did Pat Summitt beat Gino Auriemma head-to-head?
That'd be interesting. I'd like to look at their head-to-head record.
And I'd like to see what it was,
Yeah.
how many championships Pat Summitt won beating Gino Auriemma and how many Gino won by beating a Pat Summitt-led team, right? Be pretty cool. Two of the greats of all time. In not just female college basketball, women's, but I'm talking about college basketball in general.
In general. Absolutely.
Hey, 12 championships. It's unbelievable, man. Gino Auriemma and going 12 years without winning a championship and doing it generation to generation to generation. At the end of the game yesterday, I think it was, they showed the evolvement of Gino Auriemma as a man, from a young guy to an old guy through the years. I'm like, that's essentially why he is the best, because he came in 50 years ago or whatever it was, and he's still on top, man. That's remarkable in any industry to be on top for that long.
Did you consider Brett for Miller?
Did Will Chamberlain or Danny Manning, have they reached out to Wiggins?
You think I'm a goddamn fool? And also just wanted to double check that Dan Kilgore is going to practice today. I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit. Coach, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us.
From the 816, he doesn't get credit for being a top coach in a league with no parity at all. He's not even in the conversation of top 5. So Duke's hated a lot in sports. They on the Mount Rushmore of hated teams in sports?
I feel like for me they are. I think everybody's got their own Mount Rushmore of hated teams, but Duke is one of those teams, like, you either like Duke or you hate Duke. There's no middle ground. So I'm sure all the Dukies were rooting for Duke on Saturday night, and then once this conversation started to turn a little bit and Houston started to get back into the game, everybody was rooting against Duke. There's nothing better in college basketball than watching them lose. And so I was thinking about, like, my Mount Rushmore of most hated team. The Red Sox are up there, Mizzou, Duke, and the Bengals. Those are on my Mount Rushmore right now of hated teams. That Bengals one is open to change if they continue to slip back and end up moving to Kentucky or St. Louis, which I saw the odds over the weekend. St. Louis is the number one place to land the Cincinnati Bengals if they're going to relocate.
Boy, that'd be great.
How awesome would that be?
Fun.
Great. Move to St. Louis.
Drew
Be
would love
fantastic. Wonderful.
Oh, yeah,
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, he would.
Yeah, the St. Louis Bengals, I'm all in on that. So they're the number one odds to get the Bengals because their owner did say we're free to go wherever we want at the end of the season. St. Louis has got a very nice dome waiting for you, so you can go over there to St. Louis and play football there. So those are my 4 that are on my Mount Rushmore of hated.
I would say if I added some to a list of what the perception of, like, people who hate teams, I think the Cowboys are still on that list. I think everybody just hates the Cowboys because of who they are.
Yeah.
Obviously, you talk about relevancy; they haven't really been relevant, but still, people are like, "Oh, Dallas Wolf." I don't care if they win or lose. I'd just rather them lose.
Yeah.
I think the Chiefs are on that list.
I think the Chiefs are too, outside of Kansas City, guys. I think we are one of the 4 most hated teams in sports today, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean,
absolutely.
Because I think what draws hatred is attention, winning.
Oh yeah.
Jealousy,
greatness.
Yeah. Just the enviness of being envy of that team that just consistently, like, you saw last year, like, wow, their number 1 wide receiver goes out with injury. They have a rookie wide receiver. They have a team that might be not the same as the year before, 15-2.
Right.
It's like it's a Jesse Pinkman thing. Like, they can't keep getting away with this.
Right. Yes.
And then you look at some of the games they won last year. Blocked field goal. The guy doesn't know the snap. A toe tapping in the end zone. Jamar Chase loses his cool. There could have been 4 losses that weren't.
Right.
And that's where everybody goes because, like, well, they have the referees. When you start giving them the referees, that means you hate them. So I think they're on that list. I think the Dodgers are on that list.
I think the Dodgers have passed the Yankees as the most hated baseball team.
Oh, I mean, I think the Yankees are still on there. I don't know about most hated, but currently I think there's a lot of people that are just, like, fed up with the Dodgers.
Yeah, they're fed up with it,
Even though
man.
they're not even the best team in the National League record-wise, I would say, as of right now.
I don't remember people being to this level of, like, almost fed up with the Yankees. I think what separates the Dodgers is the fact that they have all this deferred money now, and people are like, you're not really even paying anybody. You're just paying this money 40 years from now, and you're stockpiling all this talent right now. I think there's a lot of resentment for the Dodgers outside of L.A.
I think the last team I'll put on this is the Lakers. I think LeBron helps with that because a lot of people want to see LeBron suffer and lose. Plus, nobody likes the Lakers because obviously they're Showtime. They're in LA. They have their own fan base. They have the gigantic city of LA as well. And I think the Lakers are on that list as well. So I'd say Dallas, Kansas City, the Dodgers, the Lakers. I would throw the Yankees on there as well. But those are just some of the teams that I would say are probably the most hated in sports. And yes, I think the Kansas City Chiefs are on that list for sure.
The Chiefs are definitely on that list. I didn't put them on my list because obviously I don't hate them.
Yeah.
But if I'm making my list versus what the perception is of America, the Chiefs are the number one hated team in professional sports in the United States today. There's no question about that. It's the number one sport in the NFL. We have the best quarterback. We have the best head coach. We win the championships. People don't like us. Taylor Swift is involved. Oh, yeah, the Chiefs are the most hated NFL team in America today. And we've always wanted to get to that level. We always wanted to be the New England Patriots. Oh, we're there right now, and it's glorious, man. I love it.
Oh, I had multiple friends. Oh, football's going to be ruined. The three-peat's going to ruin football for me. Yeah, whatever. I would put Dallas on the list. I did a perception list, rather not my personal hatred.
Yeah.
Although Alabama does make my perception list, and they would probably go on my own personal list as well. Maybe that's just because me living in the South for the last decade or so. Bama is hated.
Yeah.
Even without Nick Saban.
But that's Tennessee's biggest rival, right?
Yeah, them or Florida.
Yeah.
It'd be one of those two. But that's
Florida,
Alabama's
Kentucky.
a top two rival for like every SEC team because everyone loses to them and everyone hates them.
Right.
Even without Nick Saban, that's still there. I had Dallas and I had the Yankees as well. I'd still put them over there. And then Lakers/Celtics. I don't know who's more hated. I think both are really, really hated. So
why isn't Ohio State on that list? Why Alabama over Ohio State? I don't feel the hatred towards Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm not in Big Ten country, so it's doesn't maybe hit me as much. But I think Ohio State, from a national perspective, yeah, they're probably up there.
Yeah. Are they? I'm just
think
asking.
so.
I don't know.
I think they're probably like second tier. I wouldn't put them on this echelon of all the teams that we've mentioned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Somebody says America wins when Kansas loses. I mean, I don't know if Kansas is on that list, but I'd say that there's a lot of people that do hate Kansas outside of Missouri.
Yeah.
Just because, obviously, the Adidas thing, and then now you see the downward spiral the last 2 years. Oh, my gosh.
Kansas hasn't won a championship in 3 seasons. Fire everybody.
There you go. I'll say this. We'll go Show, then we'll go Vern. Sounds familiar from back in the day? Show. Ron the Show, Hugley of 610 in Houston will join us next on the other side to talk about the national championship game tonight here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, we went to Hy-Vee yesterday, went up and down the aisles, getting all the groceries for the week. Hy-Vee makes things so easy for everybody. They've got their pre-made meals, they got pre-made pizzas, they got the rotisserie chickens in there. They had great meat specials going on yesterday. And right now at Hy-Vee, one of the things you can do to take some stress off your weekend is go to Hy-Vee for breakfast during the weekend, like we can, or even during the week. If you have the opportunity to do that, the Hy-Vee Market Grill is serving breakfast all week long. They have fresh, made-to-order breakfast entrees created with the highest quality of ingredients, like Hy-Vee's famous biscuits and gravy, sunrise breakfast burrito, brioche French toast, sweet cream pancakes, omelets, and skillets, all served with a side of fresh and crispy hash browns. And kids under 6 always eat free, so parents are making your life easy at Hy-Vee. They serve every day, Monday through Friday, from 6 to 11 a.m., and then on the weekends, you can grab that delicious breakfast at any Hy-Vee from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mornings just got a whole lot brighter with breakfast at the Hy-Vee Market Grill, only at Hy-Vee.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Baseball is back. Time to get your game day grill going. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal at the ballpark or sear the best steak ever while listening to the game on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
If you need a new garage door, this could be your lucky day. Entries are open now for the $5,000 sweepstakes at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. A winner will be chosen at random to receive $5,000 towards new garage doors, openers, or front entry doors of their choice. Deadline to enter is the end of the month to win the $5,000 sweepstakes with Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Enter now at overheaddoorkc.com. You can't win if you don't enter at overheaddoorkc.com.
Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, and tennis. You're just trying to get by. I want you to know something. The medical pros at QC Kinetics right here in Kansas City are on the case and focused to finally get you the relief you need. They've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments that help calm that debilitating joint pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, and your back. With QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you your life back without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. Curious if you'd be a candidate for these treatments? No problem. The consultation is totally free, and they're happy to take a look to see if they can help you finally get the relief that you deserve. Call now and find out how easy it is to get back to enjoying life without chronic joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299.
Looking for the best food, drinks, and game day vibes? The Landing Eatery and Pub in Liberty has you covered. Happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. with great drink specials. Game day buckets, 5 beers or seltzers. Keep the party going Saturday and all day Sunday. Catch every play on over 68 TVs while enjoying our massive 102-item menu. Love live music? Our neon-lit smoking patio has bands Thursday through Sunday. Don't miss out. Check out our daily specials at landingeateryandpub.com.
Call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Our iconic blue trucks and expert team get it right the first time. Award-winning full-service lawn care and pest control since 1985. Call today for a free estimate. Visit aspenlawn.com.
Say goodbye to dealerships and private sale tire kickers when you sell your car to GiveMeTheVin.com. Now we're even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Win $25,000 in cash every month. Sell us your car to increase your odds of winning. No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service, 35 southbound on the Kansas side. Heavy from Mission down past 18th Street Expressway with an accident. Then it's solid from 635 down past 67th Street with a wreck blocking 2 left lanes. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Your chance to win $965. Plus, an autographed Chiefs helmet as part of our draft contest when we broadcast live from the Landing in Liberty during the first round on April 24th. The Fans Draft Party. 96.5 The Fan. KFMC FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
2 hours down, 2 hours to go is what we do here for 4 hours on 96.5 The Fan. Big game tonight. Tips off at 7:50 local time for you all. Houston versus Duke. And again, tournament coverage on 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Ron, before you come on the show, I want to ask you what you think Jay Binkley is saying in this quote.
Hey, what's yo man?
As we're now joined by Ron Hugley. Ron, how are you? What do you think Jay Binkley said there?
I need it again.
Okay.
Hey, what's yo man? Look at that chick over there. Damn.
No.
Hey, what's yo man?
No
doubt about it.
Had to be something draft related, Ron. Come on now.
I need another energy drink. Damn.
Oh boy. Hey, big one tonight for you all in Houston. What's the game plan going against Florida? That big team that's got a lot of depth, and then you got your guys as well. Cryer's just a stud. What's Ron Hugley think of this Houston matchup against the Florida Gators?
And I want to make this very clear. Okay, it's not you guys. All right. Okay. I cover the team.
Okay.
I am still a devout Kansas fan, and trust they let me know every single day that they get a chance to. But I do think the game plan for Houston is what the game plan is always, is we're going to play defense, and we are going to see if you are as tough as we are. And that is mental toughness, that is physical toughness. Can you handle the intensity and what we're going to bring for 40 minutes? Can you do that? I think they do that the same. That is their game plan all the way through. I think this is a little bit of a better matchup, although I do think Florida poses issues with their size. And unlike Duke, though, I don't think their size is as talented as Duke's size was in that game, but they still have a ton of size that they have to deal with. But they're going to play their game. They're going to be very, very physical. They're going to make things very, very tough on Clayton and the crew. And they are, as they try to see all the time, who is the toughest team? Be the toughest team. That's usually how they try to attack things.
Ron, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like Houston is the team like all the old school college basketball fans who want it back to the old days should be rooting for tonight.
Yeah, this is it makes it easy to root for because when you look at it, like compared it to Duke, I think I went through and looked at a couple of mock drafts. And I think they had 8 players in it in the 2 rounds. And Houston doesn't have any player in either round that's mocked to go anywhere. Now, I think they have some guys that got a chance to play because they play incredibly hard and they defend, and you can find a way in the league that way. But it's just a separation of, even though this has been, as we all know, one of the best college basketball programs in the last half decade to decade under Kelvin Sampson, and they've been really, really good. They've had multiple 1 seeds. This is their second Final Four. They still don't feel like, like a great group of talented players, even though I think they're more talented than what they give up. So I think there is a bit of a, yeah, man, they play as quote unquote the right way, and they care about defending. So I do think a lot of old heads really appreciate, this crew that is, maybe they're not as all talent and they don't look like AAU out there, but they play incredibly hard and they're technically sound.
What were the emotions going through your head? We were kind of talking during the game, but what are your emotions going through your head during that game against Duke towards the end of those, 35 seconds down 6 and somehow squeaking away with a victory?
Just how the hell are we here? That's it. That's where I was. Like, how the hell did we arrive here? It's very, very similar to. It's actually the ending is similar to Kansas Memphis, but just kind of the feel of it at the end of like everything had to go right. Like you had to make plays in Houston, but they had to help you as well. But the whole way through, I didn't think like Kansas couldn't handle Memphis in 2008. I just thought, bam, there were some plays that happened, and the game felt tight, and then it ballooned to 9 real quick off some plays. This game, Duke's size and talent was just winning the day most of the game. Like throughout, you could see a clear separation. It felt like it was going to be a game in which Houston was going to keep fighting and keep playing hard, but Duke's size and their talent, they couldn't get defensive rebounds, and it was just going to win the day. And then it just turned, and Duke scored 1 basket in the final 10-plus minutes.
Yeah. And
you look up, and because and I compared to that game, like what is? This is going to be something we talk about today. When we look at Leitner and Kentucky, obviously we know the signature moment from that game.
Mm-hmm.
Mario's the signature. What's the signature moment from this comeback?
Well, I think if you ask the average fan, it's probably Cooper Flagg getting called for the foul late in the game. But for me, the signature moments would be going 10.5 minutes with 1 field goal. Like that to me ultimately ends up being that signature moment that I'll look back on when people talk about this, Ron, what happened with Duke that year. They went 10.5 minutes and only scored 1 basket.
Yeah, but it's hard to kind of play to play that moment or to figure out like you know what I mean? Like when you go to Allen Fieldhouse and they'll do their pregame thing, Mario's shot comes through and everybody loses it.
Right.
I'm thinking at Houston it's going to be free throws?
Maybe.
Or a box out? But that's Houston. That's them. Like this, there may not be a signature moment, but it's the accumulation of everything that they do that bam caused them to get to that point.
Speaking of signature moments, what does the championship mean for Kelvin Sampson if he can get it done tonight?
I think I think it validates, which it shouldn't, but I think it validates, his career. He's sitting here with 800 plus wins and not in the Hall of Fame. I think a lot of that has to do with his maybe some trouble he got into at Indiana and things like that. But he is right up there, especially here lately, with the Bill Selfs, with the Patinos. Like he has been right up there, especially what he has done with this program in Houston and raised the level that it is. So I think it just validates, what it is that he has been able to do. I think it definitely gets him in the Hall of Fame. Although I think this run probably gets him in the Hall of Fame. But yeah, I think it validates him and the city. The city here outside of the Astros just haven't had a lot of good luck, as you would say, in these moments, right? Mm-hmm. U of H, this is the first time they've been in the title game since '84 when the Lorenzo Charles putback thing happened, with the football team, has had struggles anywhere from the Oilers to the Texans and all of that. So this is a big one for the city. People are really craving this.
And it's funny you bring up him not being in the Hall of Fame. I thought for sure Kelvin Sampson was in the Hall of Fame. I mean, everybody in basketball seemingly goes in before their careers are over. So a big one for him. Will Hakeem be allowed to celebrate this one with the team, or will some over-officious security loser keep him off the court again?
Well, they better get his ass a necklace. They better get him one of them things. Yeah, they better get something for him to put around for him to wear this thing. Can I just say this? First off, Carrington Harrison is a real messed up individual. When Kansas lost to Arkansas, he then decided to just send me a highlight package of Kansas and Arizona in 1997. Mm-hmm. Like, he's really digging in his hatred for Kansas.
How did his team do? Fans. I mean, like, Missouri people of all people, Ron, should keep their mouths shut, let the adults have conversations. Kind of like the stadium deal,
Yes, but I'm watching this Houston team, and this should be a lesson to Bill Self. Like, go get your kids. Go get your type kids.
Yep.
Like the talent stuff, don't get enamored with. I know it's hard to kind of navigate this transfer portal thing, but that Houston team, and I know you guys are Kansas fans and watchers, that reminds me of Bill Self teams.
Yes, it does.
I don't know what the hell they've run out there the last 2 years. But that is Kelvin Sampson going in the portal and getting kids that fit what he wants. He wouldn't be caught dead getting A.J. Storr or Hunter Dickinson because they don't fit what he wants in the head upstairs mentality at all. And I hope that's a lesson. Duke is far more talented than Houston, but those kids represent what Kelvin Sampson's looking for, and Bill Self's got to get back.
You bring up a great point, because years ago, having conversations with Bill Self just about the one-and-done stuff, Ron, I said, why do you do this, man? You're better when you get 4-year players. He goes, yeah. Yep. He goes, but it's addictive almost, basically. Like you see Cal doing this, or you see Kay doing this, or you saw Roy doing this. You're like, I got to be there too, so you kind of like keeping up with the Joneses is what it is,
Yeah, he gets enamored with the talent, and it's happened a couple of times, right? And it's never worked for him. Like, he got let me get Wiggins, let me get Selden, let me get Joel Embiid. And that didn't work. His kids are Thomas Robinson, Deron Collins, Christian Brown, the Morris twins. Like, that's his group, right? And he's got to get back to that. That shit. What we watched with Houston, they went out there and beat the ultra talented Duke team that has 3 or 4 kids literally in the lottery. But what they do beat them, and that's what you got to do, man. You got to go get your kid.
What's the prediction tonight? Is it a Gator? Or is it a Cougar?
Look, man, that Walter Clayton cat, boy, he's something else for Florida. I picked this final. In my bracket, and I had Florida beating Houston, and I will stay there. I just think there is too much I think it will be tight, and I do think that I would normally say that favors Houston because they are used to playing in these games, and they don't lose their head. Like, the life of me, when that kid reached over and stripped the out-of-bounds passer and Kelvin went to a knee, I thought, like, all right, that's it. But they flushed it and went on to the next play. So they're really, really good late, but Florida is really, really good late. And I think they got the best player on the floor and Clayton to go along with other stuff, and they're a tough group. So I think in a tight one, I'll go with Florida tonight.
Sounds good, Ron. We appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy that national title game tonight.
All right, fellas.
I want to follow up on something that he said when it comes to Bill Self, because I think Ron brought up an amazing point on Bill Self. And there's a bunch of stuff that's going through my head of conversations I've had with Bill over the years that I want to talk about.
We'll get to that. Plus, we'll get to Josh Verner, your Royals insider, who joins us every Monday at 8:20 to talk about these boys in blue who are playing some ball. And we, of course, have to ask him about Jack Caglione. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and as you noticed from my social media, the hat that I'm wearing today, it is Masters season, it is golf season, and there is only one thing better than golf, and that is Surfside cocktails. And that is, they are the iced teas and lemonades plus vodka on the golf course. That's right, it's golf season, and there is no better drink to enjoy on the golf course. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. It's only got 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So cheers to hitting that fairway, and cheers to Surfside, the official canned craft cocktail of Philly Sports. Must be 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
If the exterior of your home or business needs a facelift, trust the guys at CertaPro Painters like we did. They're local, and they get the job done right the first time. CertaPro Painters take care of every little detail, and I can't wait to finally be proud of the outside of my home. So if you're feeling like your home or business needs that facelift, schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C for your home or business. Call and ask about their spring sales event going on now through May 15th. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Buckle up and hang on. This is going to be a good one.
The fans of Kansas Speedway know how to have a good time. One that celebrates fantastic finishes.
Crash together. So close.
And family-friendly facilities. Trading paint.
We got feuding.
And tailgating tradition. Burnouts. Beer. And barbecue. Oh, it'll for sure be a good time. And you are all invited. NASCAR weekend at Kansas Speedway, May 9th through the 11th. Get your tickets now at kansasspeedway.com.
Did storms hit your area? Looking for answers on the impact it made to your roof? Then it's time to schedule a zero-pressure, in-depth inspection with Century Roofing's trusted roofing experts. We will determine if enough damage exists to warrant filing a claim. See for yourself why Century Roofing has been voted Best of Johnson County for the 3rd year in a row. Trust the pillars of strength for 35 years. KC-based and female-owned. CenturyRoofingKC.com.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Guys, let's talk about your prostate. If an enlarged prostate has you rushing to the nearest restroom, frustrated and uncomfortable because you need to go but can't, or it's keeping you up at night, it's time to fix it. Clarity Care offers prostate artery embolization. PAE is a simple office treatment that can shrink your prostate and relieve your symptoms so you can get back to enjoying life. No surgery, just relief. Call Clarity Care today or visit kcprostate.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm at the movies. asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As you prepare for Easter and Memorial Day family gatherings, don't forget Gates sauces and seasonings. They're great on all meats, fish, chicken, and veggies, as well as hot buttered popcorn. A topping for your dips. Or sprinkle Gates seasonings on your chips and nuts for that extra flavor pop. Nothing says Easter Sunday or Memorial Day like a Gates party tray. Or use Gates sauces and seasonings to embellish your home-cooked meal. Gates Barbecue. Thanks with love.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, inbound I-70 gets heavy at Van Brunt, just crawls over past 18th Street with an accident blocking 2 left lanes. Kansas side, 35 southbound heavy from Mission down past 18th Street Expressway with an accident, and again from 635, you're crawling down past 67th with an accident blocking 2 left lanes. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
8:20 on a Monday, we could not be any more excited to have this next person join the show. Our Royals insider, whose show tonight, the On Deck show, starts at 5:30, coming in hot off of a 2 out of 3 series against Baltimore. As I had stated on Friday, the first test of the season was passed. I gave it a B+. I think everybody would be happy with a B+ on their first test of the semester. The sophomore album is what one Josh Vernier calls this season. Vern, how are you on this wonderful Monday?
I'm doing very well. It is a wonderful Monday. After a very rainy, cold, and windy Friday, Saturday at the ballpark. Yesterday was beautiful, and I'm hoping tonight's just as nice.
Yeah, it's getting to be kind of spring. It may spring or sprung or something like that later in the week. Has Chris Bubich sprung? I mean, he was, as Rex said, boobalicious last night.
Yeah, and then we had a caller on the postgame try to slide that in, and I quickly dismissed it, unknowing that boobalicious came out of the mouth of Rex Hudler.
Right.
Hud's allowed to say boobalicious, and that's it.
Yeah, well, Ryan
I don't
did
think there's
say it
anybody
too.
else.
Ryan said, I think boobalicious is trending, and Hud's like, you serious, Clark?
Well, back-to-back quality starts. He's looked the best of the bunch through a time and a half through the rotation. Listen, you know, for as inspiring as Bubich's comeback has been, picking up a win in a game he started at home yesterday for the first time since 2022, Chris Bubich, there's nothing cute about Chris Bubich's story. This is a guy that allowed you, you know, for as much as they want to tell you, once we signed Michael Wacha, that's what allowed us to trade Brady Singer to bring in a Jonathan India. Now, to me, yes, of course, that helps, but it's the confidence that this organization had in Chris Bubich that allows you to part with a guy like Singer, who, by the way, 2 starts in, he's looking pretty good in Cincinnati, becomes the first pitcher in Cincinnati history to throw 7 scoreless in his debut since the great Tom Seaver. So Brady Singer's holding it down with a couple of new pitches out there in Cincinnati, but Chris Bubich is picking right up where he left off prior to the arm injury. When you go back to 2023, that miserable summer of Royals baseball, the highlight of it was the 2.5 starts in April from Chris Bubich. That was the first indication that, wow, the changes in the pitching philosophy implemented by J.J. Piccolo and the rest of this new front office, the new approach of Brian Sweeney and Zach Bove and Mitch Stetter and the new coaches on Matt Quatrero's staff. Bubic was the first siren that, boy, it is a new day in Kansas City. And, man, that year off because of Tommy John pitching out of the bullpen, look, I wouldn't wish that on anyone, but I think Chris Bubic is so much better because of all of those things, right? You learn how to attack coming in out of the bullpen last season. You have your dream taken away from you because of Tommy John. So an already very smart, cerebral, hardworking bulldog of a pitcher has more appreciation and is more aggressive in the zone than the guy that we were impressed with 2 seasons ago. So, if it's not the big three at the back end of the bullpen, I think the most encouraging thing we've seen through the first 9 games is what Bubic has done on the bump.
Yeah, you look at the beginning of the season and who'd have had, as of right now, you'd think the players of the month for the Royals would be Michael Garcia and Chris Bubic. Obviously, Bobby Witt Jr. has his weekend this weekend, or this past weekend. He had just a tremendous 3-game series against Baltimore, as advertised. But how much has Michael Garcia kind of turned the ear towards Josh Vernier?
Well, listen, Michael's always had, in my opinion, a very high ceiling. Dating back to when he was in the minor leagues and you knew about the bloodline of the Acuñas and Esky and, a lot like Bobby, a lot like a lot of these juniors we see around Major League Baseball, there is an advantage to understanding the work that it takes, the humility that it takes to survive in the big leagues. It's hard to find guys that have been around it as long as Michael, as long as Bobby, Patrick Mahomes on the other side of the parking lot. When you're around the game that much, I believe that it chips away some of your stubbornness. You're willing to make those adjustments because you've seen your uncle, your cousin, your old man. If he's going to survive in this game, he needs to make adjustments. And Michael made adjustments to his swing this offseason. But all 5 tools, Michael has them all. He can run, he can throw, he can field, he can hit for average. And as we saw in Milwaukee and a couple of times early on this season, he can hit for power. But we saw this last year, right? We saw this early on last year, and then it was a slow nosedive over the course of the final 5 months of the season. Now, because of the wrist injury that he had this offseason, it's limited his winter baseball. I think that's beneficial. I think you're getting a somewhat more fresh Michael. So hopefully this lasts, but you make the opening day roster because you're talented. I know people are disappointed in Hunter Renfroe and MJ Melendez, but they're the most talented 26 when the spring training camp ended. It's no surprise that Michael can put together a really good 9 games. I've seen MJ Melendez put together a really good 19 games and 29 games. I've seen Hunter Renfroe good for 39 games. Who can do it over the course of 162? That's the challenge that lies ahead for Michael and the rest of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, Vern. You look around and you go, okay, Garcia's playing good. Maybe you can use him as a replacement for MJ, maybe not long-term, but maybe short-term, or however you want to do that with the outfield and whatnot. But I really think, like, when we're looking at ways to improve the roster, and again, we're only 9 games in, but that's what we do, you start to look around. We need our Ben Zobrist. Who can be that guy from outside the organization that can be that Ben Zobrist type of addition for the Royals this year?
Meaning versatile or just really good?
Well, both, Vern, really, honestly.
Ben Zobrist was the playoff MVP in 2015.
I mean, like, he was the perfect addition, was he not? I mean, 10 years ago, you added that cat into this ball club and everything. Like, is that type of guy even out there? Because that's the type of guy I think that the Royals need to go get, that veteran guy that you know when he comes up, he's going to give you a quality at bat, he's going to get you a hit, he's going to drive in a run, he's going to make a play, he's going to be that guy.
Yeah, I'm sure someone similar. I don't know if the second base, corner, outfield, switch hitter that Ben Zobrist was. I don't know if that player that meets all of those criteria necessarily exists within the organization. No. When I look at AAA, when I look at the minor leagues, and who are guys that can help, what position players do I think can help this season? John Rave's the first one that comes to mind. He already has a couple of home runs down in Omaha. To me, he leapfrogged guys like Velasquez and Prado and Weimer and Waters in spring training. Really impressed not only me, but impressed the organization. And then, of course, Dusty's boy, Jack Caglione, who right now the dream scenario is still possible of him dominating Double-A for a month and then crushing Triple-A for 2 months and then join a team at the big league level in August that is steamrolling to a division title. That's still the dream scenario, to where Cags arrives at the big league level viewed as a weapon, not a savior. But as far as that leadoff guy, that number 2 hitter that Ben Zobrist was when he was added, I think the only way that guy shows up in a Royals uniform is via a trade, and then trade deadline end of July. We'll see what teams fall out of it, how injuries play into it all. But as we've seen over the past 2.5 years, JJ and John Sherman stay aggressive. So if that guy is out there, they'll make that phone call.
Vern, I want to bring this up because obviously you see what those numbers were this weekend. He, goes out there, has 7 RBIs. He has a home run. Jack Caglione, obviously, is who we're talking about. Is that, is that exceptional? Is that what he should be doing? Like, where should the expectations be in Double-A for performance like that over the weekend?
Well, I don't know if you have expectations. Honestly, I think you just sit back and watch and let the young man show you who he is. And right now he's showing you, it's a handful of games. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's 3 games. So I don't know how much he's necessarily shown us, but he's beginning to show us that he's treating Double-A the same way that Hosmer, Moustakas did when they are kind of moved along in that minor league system pretty quickly. This is what you hoped would happen when he's, taking Nestor Cortez and Aaron Savali deep in spring training. You're encouraged that he's touching up big league dudes. So yeah, when you go to Double-A, I would hope, for as excited as we all are to eventually see Cags at the big league level with what he showed us in spring training, not only physically but also mentally. Yeah, you were hoping that this would be the type of start that he would get off to. You would hope that he continues to hit north of 300 with an OPS in the 1000s, because if he's going to make his way to Omaha in the month of May, this is the type of production that he needs to put forth. So, again, the dream scenario remains alive. Cags is performing like everyone had hoped. So, whatever the expectation was, he's either hitting it or exceeding it. I can't imagine there's anybody that had expectations that he's fallen short of through 3 games.
No doubt about it. Also got to see your new little office at the K. How you liking the new digs out there?
Yeah, really nice, really cool that Odyssey and the Royals put that together. It's right across from the Diamond Club, down the way from guest services and the Mother's Room. It's a very neat booth. People can stop by, say hi before or after the game. I've been getting a lot of people stop by after the game to read me their list of complaints to pass along on the post-game show. So, yeah, to serve as a little sounding board and, get to watch people walk by, realize that's me, and marvel at how much hair I've lost.
Well, Vern, we appreciate the time. Pre-game show tonight. Vern's on deck show 5:30. We're excited for that. And then it's 4 against Minnesota. I said take 2 out of 4. I would love it. 3 out of 4 would be house money.
I totally agree with that, especially when you look at who Minnesota's throwing. To me, the Twins are the one team that can make a case that their top 3 in the rotation is better than the Royals' top 3 in the rotation. Pablo Lopez, Joe Ryan, Bailey Ober going in the final 3 for Minnesota. Yeah, you're at home, so I'm fine if someone has expectations to take 3 of 4. But I'm going into it saying I got to get 2, and I'm hoping for 3.
All right, Vern, we appreciate it, my man.
All right, thank you very much.
Take care,
you, bud. All right.
Josh Verner there, our Royals insider here on Fescoe and Dusty. You can hear him again, of course, at 5:30 on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Royals and Vern's on deck show. You agreed with something that Ron Hugley had said. I thought we had audio of it.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I do want to see Vern loses it on a caller.
Yeah, did you see that?
What happened here?
All right, let's head out to KCK and talk with Steven.
Hey, Vern, happy baseball season. But we've got guys that just sort of look around and wait for the big fellows to do something.
Who are you talking about?
Saying, well,
who are you talking about?
You just have to sort of lay around. I mean, this happened in the playoffs with guys looking, well, we got to let Salvi do something.
Who are you talking about, Steven? Who are you talking about? Put a name to it.
We don't need to let the big guys do something. You need to do something yourself to provide the difference to win this game. We have guys out there who are putting us in a hole in the first place.
Who are you talking about? And what does it have to do with the game? Give me some examples. Don't just speak in these generalities.
Your entire monologue before this game, we have guys that are just absolutely locked into this thing, standing around looking at other guys saying, well, he's going to save us. No.
Who are you talking
you're
about?
Not going to save us. You need to save yourself. MJ.
You're saying MJ's standing around waiting for someone else to do something.
We need to nip this in the bud. We need to
nip what in the bud?
We need to totally nip this in the bud. We shouldn't have to have Salvi save us. We shouldn't have to have Pasquantino save us. We should start saving ourselves or get guys in here that will do it. I'm not gonna stand by and watch us lose all the way through April and May anymore.
Steven, get out of here. God, I wish you wouldn't come back. I don't understand why you follow this team. Steven only calls after losses and says the same stupid things. MJ standing around waiting for someone else to do something. That's your point, Steven? MJ, who was one of only 2 Royals today to reach base multiple times. MJ, who played the best outfield of the 6 guys that played the outfield today. MJ, who I hate to break it to you, bud, was the player of the game today. What? Yeah.
Vern deserves combat pay, man. Like, I couldn't do that show. There's no chance.
No, there's no way.
There is 0 chance I could do that show.
Standing around watching us lose every game, they're in second place.
Yeah,
and
and also
4-5 in 9 games.
Like, I hate to break it to you, whoever that caller was, Steven. Like, guys get paid big bucks because they're the guys. That's why you rely on Salvi and you rely on Vinny and Bobby. Not that Vinny's making the big bucks yet, but he's one of your big players. You rely on those guys to pick up the slack for you. That's kind of what happens in sports. Like, to sit there and complain about MJ on a random Saturday in April, I mean, my God, Steven. Whew. Especially for a team that's, 1 game below 500 or wherever they are right now? Like, it's not exactly like they're getting their teeth kicked in.
Well, and also don't pick that game to be the one that you complain about. Like, pick a game where MJ goes 0 for 3 at the plate and strikes out 3 times.
Yeah,
when
right.
Vern's going to make him the player of the game.
Right.
Oh, about that.
He had a pretty good game. I guess it was Saturday they were talking about or whatever it was. Because of the loss, so you call in and you blame MJ. I got it. Wow. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that show. Vern, man, God love you.
Lots of Surfside cocktails for Bob if he did that. If they did that show. Have him in the cooler ready to go.
I'd be drunk on the way home.
No doubt.
Ron Hugley was with us earlier, and he brought up a good point about Bill Self.
Yeah, he gets enamored with the talent, and it's happened a couple of times, right? And it's never worked for him. Like, he got let me get Wiggins, let me get Selden, let me get Joel Embiid. And that didn't work. His kids are Thomas Robinson, Deron Collins, Christian Brown, the Morris twins. Like, that's his group, right? And he's got to get back to that. That's what we watched with Houston. They went out there and beat the ultra talented Duke team that has 3 or 4 kids literally in the lottery. But what they do beat them, and that's what you got to do, man. You got to go get your kid.
And he's right about that. I mean, as I said during the conversation with Ron years ago, talking to Bill Self about the one and done guys, and I flat out said to him, I mean, why are you do this? Why are you chasing these one and done guys? And for lack of a better term, it's the thrill of the chase. It's being part of the conversation. It's being involved in recruiting the best talent. And he had said, I know they're probably only going to be here for 1 year, but I can't not recruit the most talented players in the country. And that does make sense. But Bill Self is better when he doesn't have the most talented players in the country. When you look at his championships that he's won, the 3 titles that he's won in Lawrence, you look at all of those teams that had 4-year players, that had guys that were bought into the system, that had guys that were raised up in the Kansas system. And then when they hit their seniors and junior years, that's when they kind of put it all together and played great basketball and won those championships. And it's very much like, minor league baseball, if you will, or even in the NFL. You draft your guys, they all come up together, they work with each other well, they trust each other, they have that bond. You put together one-and-done players, transfer portal players. They don't have that bond of working for that guy next to them and going the extra mile for their teammate that they've been together with for a couple of years. That doesn't work anymore in college basketball. And so I felt this way for years. We've talked about it for years with Bill Self. Ron brought it up again. This portal thing right now, while it's all the go and the rage and all of that kind of stuff, that might not be the best route for a guy like Bill Self. And that's okay to not go that route. It's like the team that loads up in free agency and then fizzles because you won the championship in March in the NFL on paper, and then you go out there and play and you're 6-11. That's kind of where Bill Self is when he goes after these big-time players. You know, you don't get the job done at the end of the year. Fans want Final Fours. Fans want national championships. You know, go out there and assemble your roster with the players that may not be the sexiest names, the biggest names out there, but they're guys that are going to be around for 2 or 3 years that you can truly build a program with. That's where Bill Self has the most success, not doing it this way. And if he's going to continue to do it this way, then I don't think he's going to have those results that Kansas fans want in winning championships because his best teams are not done with these one-and-done type of players.
No doubt about it. Good words said there by Ron Hugley, who joined us earlier. If you missed it, go down and check out the podcast page. You can check out that full interview there as well. On the other side, there was a record that was broken over the weekend. It was Wayne Gretzky's record by Alex Ovechkin. There are certain records that will never be broken ever in sports. Also, what are some of the greatest? And 2 that will never be broken consist to be in one sport. That didn't make sense, but it's in baseball. We'll explain on the other side on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, tonight is a big night. It is Monday night. If you're looking for something fun to do, you know every Monday night at Foaling is Jeopardy Bar League. Every single Monday at 7 o'clock. Free to play with weekly prizes, and first and second place prizes are awarded as well as daily double prizes. And tonight, with the national championship game on, you know it's going to be on that huge TV that they have at Foaling. Go play Bar League Jeopardy, go full around, have some fun, and watch the national championship game as well. Jeopardy Bar League is hosted by the trivia aficionados at Geeks Who Drink and their very own Jeopardy champ, Pat Kerr. While he's tending bar, he's also winning on Jeopardy, and he'll be there as well. So get into Foaling tonight for Bar League Jeopardy or any night to fool around and find out how much fun Foaling is, because it's football plus bowling plus bar, and that's Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. It's a mashup of football and bowling and drinks and fun, and you can reserve your lane at FoalingKC.com. Set up those bowling pins like you're going to bowl, but you're throwing a football at them, you're knocking them down, and you're having the best time. It's perfect for kids, it's perfect for adults, it's perfect for date night, any kind of party you want, you can have at Foaling. So reserve your lane at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your foal on.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. I know it's spring. You do the spring clean. You're getting rid of some things. Well, hey, before you get rid of that car, go see my friends at GiveMeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. Give Me The VIN is also the best place to sell your classic or collectible, whether it's one car or a collection. They want your muscle car, hot rod, or your old square body pickup, and they love buying resto mod. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com or GMTVCC.com to sell your classics or collectible car or truck. And forget about those tire kickers on social media. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's literally super easy. You know the jingle. It's so easy you can do it in your underwear. Play it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hello, Kansas. Looks like we're in for another heat wave this season with a forecasted high of up to $300,000. That's right. The Kansas Lottery is bringing the heat with the Hot Sevens family of tickets rolling across our state. You could instantly win up to $300,000. Plus, there's even a chance at up to $20,000 in the second chance drawing through Play On. Talk about a scorcher. Don't forget your oven mitts when you head out today. See KSLottery.com for details.
If you've been thinking about losing weight and you're not sure how to get it done, let me tell you why Awaken 180's weight loss at-home program is the correct choice for you. First off, no medications, no gym, No calorie counting. Sticking to the system is what worked for me. I had a weight loss goal in mind of 30 pounds. I am only a couple of pounds away officially from that weight loss goal. I've lost 24 pounds thanks to Awaken 180's at-home program. Give them a call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com, because I know you got questions. If you got questions for me, you can ask that as well. This will be the last time you have to lose weight. That's the goal, right? With their free support for life after you reach your weight loss goal, that is something that you can do at Awaken 180. I know it's a difficult decision figuring out what the best system is for you. Find out why it works so well for me. Don't waste any more time and make the decision I made at Awaken 180. Give them a call, 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Stay comfortable year-round with expert HVAC installation done right the first time. Enjoy zero down and payments from $180 a month. Schedule your consultation today at anthonyphce.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 southbound, just crawling from Lamar all the way down past 67th Street with an accident blocking 2 left lanes. On the Missouri side in Grandview, 49 northbound gets heavy past Missouri 150 with construction past 140th Street. Alan Corn, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Diving right back into it here on a Monday. Fescoe and Dusty are back with you on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Who's heard from Binkley today? Can I get a show of hands from everybody in the room? Am I the only one? It's National Beer Day. I figured Binkley would be, texting everybody today to celebrate National Beer Day.
I saw you had a picture on Twitter. There's just tons of Coors Light.
Yes.
Ready to rock and roll.
He's ready to roll today.
Yeah, I saw that, and then I looked it up. It said Beer Day was August 1st, so I was like, okay, I guess I'm just off.
Let me let you in on a little secret here. National Beer Day just about every day.
Every day?
Every day you look at it like a National Day calendar, there's always something about beer. There's always something about IPA Day or something of that nature. So I think today, according to one of the tweets that I did see from Binkley, of which there are multiple today, one of them did say today was the day that Prohibition ended, and so beer was able to be sold again for the first time in however long Prohibition was, 10, 12 years, whatever that ended up being. So so that's why I think today is part of the celebration of National Beer Day. But today that ends in Y. Binkley, he's going to be drinking beer anyway. So happy Beer Day to Jay Binkley, and you get to watch while you watch that national championship game tonight, Jay. So enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
There's juice all over the place.
Ew. Gross. So Ovechkin breaks Gretzky's record over the weekend, and we asked people on the text line, like, what are some of the greatest records in sports? Obviously, we think that Mahomes will eventually pass a lot of Tom Brady's records, maybe some of Drew Brees' records in the near future. But again, there are certain sports that have records that I don't think will ever be broken. That's just my opinion because I think the game's drastically different now, and that's baseball that I bring up when it comes to that. But this was the call of Alex Ovechkin.
Through center, right side to Wilson, centered up. Ovechkin has it, he scores! He scores! Alex Ovechkin scores 895! There's a new goal-scoring champion, and his name is Alexander Ovechkin! He has done it here on Long Island! His teammates mob him! There is but one! Alexander the greatest to ever do it in National Hockey League history.
So I don't know how many of you guys watched that. I know that I was kind of like keeping a close tab on it, and then eventually I lost track of time and where I was at. And then I see it on Twitter. Fantastic celebration. Gretzky's there, first person to be there. Said he was going to be the first person there. And Ovechkin is now the all-time goal scorer leader in NHL history. Pretty awesome scene to see.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, the sliding on the ice is really good. Seeing him with a little bit of a beer gut is good as well. Slamming beers after he did it. The whole family's there. Gretzky's part of the celebration. Like, that was as perfect as you can get. The only concern, and it's not even a concern, but the only thing that I wonder is, like, Alexander Ovechkin will never be considered the greatest in his sport, even though he is the leading goal scorer of all time. Wayne Gretzky will always be looked at as that guy, much like Michael Jordan will always be looked at that guy in the NBA. I think those are the two guys in sports that are going to be at the top of their sport regardless of what happens moving forward, because we've just adopted those guys. I think Babe Ruth was in that category, and then Ohtani came onto the scene, and we saw what Ohtani has been able to do, and I don't think there's anybody that's still pushing for Babe Ruth to be the greatest baseball player of all time. The greatest football player of all time is harder to decipher who the greatest football player of all time is, because you've got defensive players, you've got offensive players. I could make the case that Lawrence Taylor is the greatest defensive player of all time. You could make the case that Tom Brady is the greatest offensive player of all time. You could make a case for Randy Moss if you wanted to how good that guy was. So I think it's tough to say who the greatest football player is of all time, but I just don't think we're ever going to see in our lifetimes anybody pass Wayne Gretzky or Michael Jordan in those two sports for the greatest of all time. No matter what LeBron does, until all the Jordan lovers are dead, like me, we're always going to have that Michael Jordan is better than LeBron conversation, and I think we're always going to have the Wayne Gretzky is better than Ovechkin conversation.
No, that's fair. Baseball is just so different, like you had mentioned. I do think there's a couple of records in baseball that are going to be broken. I don't think we'll ever see somebody hit 74 home runs.
Oh, Aaron Judge is got 6 already this year, though?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think we'll ever see anybody get to 57 hits consecutively.
No, I don't think we will.
I think talent's too good. I think media presence is too much. Social media, everything. The pressure will just we might see a guy get to 40. Might see a guy get to like 35. You ain't seeing 56 games even get touched.
What do you think the highest hitting streak is that we're going to see in our lifetime? From today going forward, what do you think the longest hitting streak we're going to experience is?
30?
Probably.
And you got to go, what? Basically a month straight of getting a hit every single game.
Yeah. Think about that. DiMaggio went basically 2 months straight with getting a hit every single day. I think that is the second, I should say, most unbreakable record in
Ripken's
sports.
is obviously the
Ripken's
first.
is number one. Yeah.
Like, we get excited when some guy has played 2 consecutive seasons without missing a game. Like,
right.
Bobby Witt Jr. went all year last year, didn't miss a game. They clinched the playoffs. He was out the next day.
Right.
So it's just like, it's just not going to happen. And Ripken, it started from day one and went all the way until him and Rex Hudler were on the same field when that happened. But yeah, I don't think those records ever get beat. I just think it's going to be hard to beat the home run record as well, just because people will just stop pitching to you. And I know they didn't pitch to Bonds, but again, like, it was Bonds, and the guy was juiced out of his mind. Imagine if Bonds had a torpedo bat. That's a story I'd like to see someday. But yeah, I think those 3 records, the hit streak, the most games ever played, And Bond's home run record, I don't think will ever be broken.
I think when you look at that hit streak record, I think that probably has the hardest opportunity of being broken because nobody values hits anymore in baseball either. What did we talk about like a couple of weeks ago? There were 8 guys that hit over 300 for the entire season last year in Major League Baseball. So it's not like a lot of these guys are coming out of the woodwork and hitting for average anymore either. And so to get 57 games with a hit would require dudes to hit for average, and that really doesn't exist in baseball anymore.
Yeah. Somebody says Tiger Woods is Week's world ranked number 1. Solid.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
It was like
207.
It was like 13 years straight or something like that. Then there's his cut streak where he didn't miss a cut forever. They bring that up with Scotty Scheffler the other day, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just focused on what's going on." But yeah, Tiger Woods has obviously done things that nobody will ever be able to do again.
And I think that's the way you need to approach sports, too. Like, sometimes there's just going to be things that we're never going to see broken. And we've wasted so much time trying to find out who's going to be the next this or the next that. Sometimes you miss the good stuff that's going on,
Yeah. And then somebody says, the most unattainable baseball record that is never going to happen is career wins is 511. Yeah, that's just one of those things, that's just the way the game is played. Like, that's just never going to have a chance.
Yeah.
So
guys won't even get 200 innings barely anymore.
Somebody said Whit Merrifield got to 31 straight games with a hit.
That's right, he did.
I think there was somebody that was close to the, either here or the division that did. I forgot it was Whit.
Yeah, it was
31
the Whit streak, yeah.
And it was once he got to 20, it was every day. Do you think about it? Do you think it's going to be an issue? Do you? And he's just go out there and just play baseball.
And that team wasn't winning at all either, you know?
Yeah, the cut streak is Tiger Woods. That's never going to get broken either. I firmly believe in that.
Are there any NFL records that we truly know other than Brady having 7 rings?
I don't know the number, but he's 17,000 more passing yards than Drew Brees.
Yeah, he's
over
got
100,000 passing yards.
He's got touchdowns, yards, bowls.
But see,
playoff wins.
This is why football is now America's sport, because nobody cares about the past. Nobody really remembers the numbers. In baseball, we're all beholden to 56, 74. We know all the numbers. They have become so important for the game of baseball. I've said over the years, when baseball forgets its history and stops caring so much about its history, it can take those steps forward. And that's exactly what Rob Manfred is doing right now with the changes that he's made to the game. I know it rubs some people the wrong way, but he said, we're not going to worry about the past. We're going to advance this game and move it forward, and it's the best it's ever been.
Coming up on the other side, we get back into what is tonight. That is the national championship in the basketball world of men's college basketball. Houston takes on Florida. We dive into that as well. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Let me tell you about my friends over at QC Kinetics. If you're living with chronic joint pain, it's like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy by golfing or hiking or playing tennis. You're just trying to get by. If you want to know something, the medical pros at QC Kinetics right here in Kansas City are on the case, and they're focused to finally get you the relief that you need. They've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments that help calm that debilitating joint pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, and your backs. With QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you your life back without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime as well. Curious if you'd be a candidate for these treatments? No problem. The consultation is totally free, and they're happy to take a look to see if they can help you finally get relief. Call them today and get that consultation started. 816-412-6299. Call QC Kinetics now. 816-412-6299. It's QC Kinetics.
Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel. Because right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. Maybe you want to do a race to 10 points bet. That's another fun one. How about the most outstanding player of the entire tournament? The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. So visit FanDuel.com/Alex and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is an official partner of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Guys, let's talk about your prostate. If an enlarged prostate has you rushing to the nearest restroom, frustrated and uncomfortable because you need to go but can't, or it's keeping you up at night, it's time to fix it. Clarity Care offers prostate artery embolization. PAE is a simple office treatment that can shrink your prostate and relieve your symptoms so you can get back to enjoying life. No surgery, just relief. Call Clarity Care today or visit kcprostate.com.
Hi, Mia here at the winnings desk of the Missouri Lottery. With 56 million winning tickets last year, anyone can win big. So set your destination to winning, like gas stations, grocery stores, or anywhere you can buy a ticket. The Missouri Lottery. Winners welcome and play responsibly.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Good news on the Kansas side, 35 southbound at 67th Street. That accident has just cleared. All lanes getting through, but long delays are a factor with traffic crawling coming down from before 635. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Kansas City, this is Michael Massey. Listen to the play-by-play all season long with Denny, Jake, Ryan, and Stu right here on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Moving right along, 9 o'clock hour here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well on 96.5 The Fan. Royals tonight in action against the Twins, the first of 4. Be a hell of a series. Like I said, take 2 out of 4, and I think you're doing just fine. 3 out of 4 is house money. Vern's on deck show at 5:30. Hopefully Steven's listening. Not Inspector, Steven the caller. I
hate to break it to you, bud.
There's that Michigan accent. Hate to break it to you, bud. Hate to break it to you tonight, Duke fans. You are not in the national championship because you pissed away your opportunity against Houston. They will play against Florida, the team that was there in the SEC championship, the team that won the SEC championship, and now that team will be playing for the NCAA championship. So Jay Billis told us all 4 number 1 seeds would win. Mm-hmm. Whoever won the SEC championship would be the national champion. And here we are.
If that happens, he's a genius, right? Like, take Jay Billis to the bank when it comes to predicting college basketball. I mean, who else would you take to the bank other than Jay Billis? But I'm rooting for Houston tonight. Where do you guys stand on this one? Because I am, as Ron called this, an old head a little bit, because this is the team that, that reminds us of what college basketball once was. Guys that were kind of recruited there. They weren't in the NIL portal guys that are leading this team. They have a buy-in. They have a love for each other. They got a great coach. They play defense. I just feel like this is the team that if you're this true die in the wool, you wish it was the 90s again, college basketball, then this is the type of team you should be rooting for. I don't know that much about Florida and where they are, what their team's going to look like going forward. But with Houston right now, you've got a team that's been together for quite some time. You've got great talent on that team, an unbelievable Hall of Fame head coach he should be. I'm rooting for Houston tonight. Where are you guys in on this one?
I think I'm with Houston. I don't necessarily care if Florida wins. I know they're the SEC team.
Sure.
We had said all year the SEC was going to be the better team throughout the entire tournament. Here's Big 12 saying, hold my beer. We're not done yet. But it's Houston versus Florida. Kelvin Sampson, I get it. Ups and downs of his career, allegations, not allegations. Now he's in a league where he can actually, it's feast or famine, right? Like if you either get it or you don't.
And what was his big downfall? Making phone calls at Indiana, which is now looked at as like a joke where we are in college
now
sports.
You can have him in your speed dial. If that's still
exactly.
A thing. So I mean that story, kind of like a group that's been together. I mean, I do love Walter Clayton Jr. That guy is a baller. I think we're gonna have a hell of a showdown. Between he and Cryer. I think those two guys going back and forth with each other should be. Not maybe in the same level, but might look similar to when Buddy Hield and Frank Mason, I think is who it was.
It was Frank Mason.
When they went head to head in that game at Allen Fieldhouse.
Yep.
Like two guards, two leaders of their teams, both in the moment, like let's do this, but maybe on the national championship floor. I look forward to a great game. I think the under is in play. It is at 141.5 on DraftKings. I like the under in that game, and I like Walter Clayton to have 20, and I like Cryer to have 18 or more. I think right now I showed you that's plus 700 on DraftKings. So I like Houston this matchup just because of the storyline, right? Like SEC's been the dominant, team. I think Florida's the favorite by 1.5. Let the upset win. When you don't have a dog in the fight, root for that underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. Where are you at, Mac, on this one? Who are you going for tonight?
Win-win either way. I can, Florida beat Tennessee in the SEC championship, so that'd make me feel good. Houston beat Tennessee to knock them out. Both these teams are really good. You talk about Houston being that kind of classic college basketball ball mold. I would say Florida's kind of right there with them. Walter Clayton Jr., senior point guard, who's spent his 4 years at Florida, worked his way up, and now has come on the scene these last 2 weeks, just like we've seen other guards do in the past. Ron mentioned it. He'll be the best player on the floor tonight. That is going to be Florida's advantage. Houston, though, they have the size, the switchability, and they control the pacing of games. Florida's going to have to make sure in the first half they play at their pace, which is faster than Houston wants to do.
Well, everybody plays faster than Houston.
Yeah,
I mean, Houston tries to just dumb this thing, not dumb this thing down, but muck this thing down to where it's a mess. They play defense, and they do things that teams aren't used to. That's why I like them in this, because it kind of reminds me of that Syracuse team in 2003 that threw out that zone defense, and KU couldn't figure it out in that national champ. Now they missed a lot of free throws in that game, but they also couldn't figure out that zone defense. When you do something different in sports that people aren't used to, it really changes things up a bit.
I respect this text from the 816. They said the heart says Houston, the wallet says Florida.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So I think there's, a little bit into that. I think there's a little bit of like Florida we talked about it from the get-go. Like when the tournament was getting ready to be introduced and like we were getting ready to fill our practices, like, I don't know, man, Florida seems like a dangerous team.
Yep.
I ended up going with St. Don's. But, Florida from the jump in this tournament, they have been the hottest team going into this tournament. Houston as well. These two teams meet tonight in San Antonio for the title game. I think this is going to be a close game.
Me too.
Vegas has this like a 1.5 to 2 point spread. Both, again, obviously number one seeds. Both won. Didn't Houston won the Big 12 tournament? Is that correct, or am I missing something there? I don't think anybody else
they were the one seed. I don't think.
I don't think anybody else knocked them out. Florida won their conference tournament. They're both one seeds going in this matchup. Houston, I think, was like the third one seed overall. Florida was the fourth. I think it was Auburn, Duke, Florida, Houston, or vice versa, Houston, Florida. So they survived everybody on their side. Here we go. Big matchup tonight. I just, where my attention will literally be hoping to see that Frank Mason, Buddy Hield type of game between Clayton and Cryer, because both those guys, they're studs. They're leaders. They can shoot lights out. And if they can kind of feed off each other, we'll watch this game go back and forth, and it'll be something to watch.
Yeah, and I'm also rooting for Houston on part because of Kelvin Sampson. He's one of the quote-unquote legends of the game, one of the keepers of the game right now. There's not many of those guys left. The Florida coach, I don't know who he is. He'll probably come onto the scene here before long. Al Golden, that's right, the head coach down there. And so people will know him once he wins a national championship. But Kelvin Sampson being 70, 800 wins, and without a national championship, you just tie all this together tonight and get Kelvin Sampson that national championship trophy. So I hope he ultimately wins this thing, and we'll see kind of where it goes and who the favorite is in 12 hours for next year's national championship, because that will be out immediately following the game. Duke will probably be your odds-on favorite to win the championship next year. So hopefully it's a good game, right? Hopefully it's one that keeps you entertained, keeps you interested, keeps you engaged, and doesn't have 2 minutes to take 35 minutes at the end of the game when everybody's getting ready for bed.
I hate saying this because maybe I'm going to ruin it and jinx it, but I've got I think tonight's going to be a special game. I really do. I think it's going to be a special championship.
Good. I hope it is, man.
Yeah.
The college basketball needs it right now.
I agree.
I mean, the Final Four was great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it had record numbers. I don't know what tonight's going to pull because it's Houston, Florida. Now,
Had it been Duke, maybe.
If it was Duke, Florida, or just Duke anybody, it would have been a lot bigger. I'm sure there's a lot of Duke fans that are just completely turned it off. They'll watch whatever baseball team they're into, or they'll go to Coastal Carolina and watch a college game tonight, or whatever it may be.
That state of North Carolina is going to register zeros when it comes to the national championship game.
My collegiate team that I rooted for lost like that.
You'd
I'm
be out
probably
too.
not watching that.
No, you're definitely not.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of the tournament, right? Your team loses, you're out. But now you got the opportunity to have a pretty good basketball game tonight,
Somebody
right?
does bring up a good point. They said from the 913, sad thing is this game is way too late. The women's tournament has the correct schedule,
They
Sunday
do.
afternoon championship game.
I was thinking the same thing
2
yesterday.
o'clock.
Yeah, watching the kind of the tail end of the women's game yesterday, I'm like, this is the perfect time.
awesome.
Sunday afternoon. There was nothing else going on yesterday. Have your championship game on Sunday afternoon. The women do it right. They absolutely do. And 7:50 for us is borderline late. I mean, it's 9 o'clock East Coast.
That's late.
It's still borderline late. Start this thing at 7 o'clock Central. But for whatever reason, the NCAA doesn't do that. They think their games only take 2 hours, and they don't.
Well, not everybody has to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, Bob. Isn't San Antonio Central Time?
It is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just say
What do you do all day? Like, I've been to these champions. Like, it's a waste of a day.
That is weird. Yeah, you're just.
I'd be sleeping till 2.
Yep.
I just draw the curtains and just relax. Because you're going to be there. You're covering that game. You get there at 7. You're probably getting there at 6 o'clock. You're going to be there till midnight.
Yeah.
Easy.
I mean, you're going to get post-game recordings, audio, send it back, get all your stuff out. By the time you leave the Alamo Dome, midnight, 12:15.
When's this game getting over? 10:30?
7:50 is when it starts.
Over under
So-
10:30.
I'm going to say
Over.
Yeah.
Damn it.
That's 2.5 hours, basically. I'd say that's going to be over.
Like, are you talking about when the game ends or when the confetti and the ball is tipped and all that crap at the end?
I'm talking about the game.
The game?
When
yeah.
the clock
I think-
strikes 0?
Clock strikes 0. Game over.
10:35.
I was going to say 10:35 was exactly what I was going to say.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. That's right when I want to close my eyes.
Don't forget tournament coverage here on 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views. Coming up on the other side, we dive into this Royals weekend that was successful, but to keep that successful train rolling, you've got to take care of business, and that business is the Minnesota Twins for 4, followed by Cleveland for 3 on the road. We'll dive into that on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hy-Vee has got it going on. We were there yesterday doing our weekly shopping. I love the folks at Hy-Vee. I love going up and down the aisles because they got everything I need, and they make it so easy and so convenient for us to do the grocery shopping. You can take advantage of their aisles online and let them do the shopping for you, or you can do what we do, and that's go up and down the aisles and check out everything Hy-Vee has to offer because you never know what you're going to find. Got some of their flash fried donuts yesterday, brought them home. The kids absolutely love them. Their take and bake pizzas are fantastic. Their rotisserie chickens are excellent. And, of course, you can get breakfast now at Hy-Vee, too, because at their Market Grill, Hy-Vee is doing fresh, made-to-order breakfast entrees crafted with the highest quality of ingredients, like Hy-Vee's famous biscuits and gravy, sunrise breakfast burritos, brioche French toast, sweet cream pancakes, omelets, and skillets, all served with a side of fresh and crispy hash browns. Kids under 6, you guys are always free, and they serve every day, Monday through Friday, from 6 to 11, and from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Mornings just got a whole lot brighter with breakfast at Hy-Vee Market Grill, only at Hy-Vee.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and I want to tell you something because you know baseball's back, and this season, this baseball team, the Royals, who play at home tonight, you can go get you one of these. They're bringing you the proud partner of the Kansas City Royals, and that is Surfside Iced Tea Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. They're absolutely delicious, I know, because I've had some at the game. at the golf course, at the crib, all around. I've had these Surfside cocktails. They're delicious, and they perfectly pair with a day at the ballpark like you could go tonight and get yourself one as well. Find it in Kauffman Stadium all season long. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part is 0 bubbles, so you have 0 troubles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor stores as well. You must be 21 years of age, and please drink responsibly.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late, and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Some things just go together, like peanut butter and jelly, or a Casey's spicy chicken sandwich and a 49-cent medium pound drink, or a Casey's breakfast sandwich and a 49-cent pound drink, or even Casey's limited time Italian deli sliders and a 49-cent pound drink. You get the idea. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. See store for details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated, because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneak-a-peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
The PGA Tour is all systems go, and so is the new show, Early Wedge, on the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Sportsline experts Sia Nejad, Mike McClure, and Eric Cohen alongside myself, Rick Gaiman, Patrick McDonald, and Jason Sobel 5 times per week. The Early Wedge provides the best information for DFS lineups, outright selections, and so much more. Follow and listen to Early Wedge in the Early Edge feed on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Honey, it's me, your wife. Sorry to bother you, but this house is a mess. The windows are drafty, the vinyl siding has cracks and holes in it, and the kids just fell through the deck. We need Powell Exteriors KC now. They install James Hardie siding, Provia windows, Renaissance patio products, beautiful decks, roofing, and more, all at 0% interest for 18 months. Go to PowellKC.com and see for yourself. Powell Exteriors KC. The best decision you've made since you married me.
Today, expect a sunny day with a high of 57.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Text line, I see you, I hear you, I love you, and I respect you. Wednesday will be the Heavy Masters show. We got a couple days. We gotta play this one out. Tonight, everybody gets to Augusta. Tomorrow, as Bob had mentioned earlier in the show, everybody will have the Scotty Scheffler dinner. Wednesday, we get the fun day. Which
Wednesday's
is
the threesome, right?
Yeah, well, it's the family day where they do the par 3 course.
The par 3, that's my
or
fault,
as we call it around here, the executive courses.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Wednesday's the par 3 challenge where a lot of golfers will skip it across the pond and try to get it on the green. Obviously, the greatest shot in the history, that's John Rahm's. If you've never seen it, I'll play it for you guys in post-production. Skips it all the way across, curls all the way around, goes in. It's just insane.
When are the old guys tee off?
They're always first of
Is that Thursday?
Well, they'll do it Wednesday and they'll do it Thursday.
Oh, they
Yep.
will. So who are the olders?
Jack, Tom, and I can't think of drawing a blank on his name. He's the sword. Gosh, what is his name?
Oh, yeah, Gary Player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be GP.
The guy that looks awesome naked. Yeah.
GP, JN, and TW.
Yeah.
Those are the three. So, like, this is one where, like, I watch the Masters more closely every year when it comes to these three guys because I really don't know how many more days we have left of Jack. Because the last time it was the foursome, and it was Arnold Palmer that joined him, and then Arnie was out. And I thought if he was healthy, which he's not, maybe it's time to put Tiger.
I was just
going
to ask you, is it time to start putting Tiger into this thing? Have we reached, like, all right, first and foremost, and obviously we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but how do we determine who gets the tee off to kind of start this thing at the Masters? Is that Hootie Johnson making that call? Who does that?
Well, you have like the organizational leaders that put it all together, and then they've done it so long and they've been alive for so long that they never really have had to worry about this. But eventually, time again waits for no man. It is undefeated, and these three that are doing this will not be with us, forever. Jack not looking really good.
Right.
It's brutal. Gary Player's just like an ageless wonder.
Gary Player's unbelievable.
He looks like he could go out there and play 18 every day. Probably does.
And then kick your ass.
Yeah, and then Tom's still got it for the most part. But yeah, I don't know, man. It'll be interesting. Be interesting to see where they go from there because, Phil's career kind of went awry and he's just a weirdo at this point, like has all these like different like algorithms and does all this stuff kind of pissed off.
Which tour is he on right now?
He's on Live.
He's on the Live tour. Okay, so he's probably out of maybe.
But
or
he'll
not.
play because he's a Masters champion,
Right.
so he can always play. Like he'll be there. Rahm will be there. And anybody,
Ron Hugley?
Yeah, Ron Hugley. No, he was on the show earlier. But yeah, we'll get into golf related bets. We'll get into speculation. We'll get into predictions. All that will be Wednesday. And then Thursday when we do Smash or Pass, I'll have the pimento cheese. I'll have you guys had never had a transfusion, which is surprising to me. Shouldn't be. You guys don't really step foot on the golf course, but transfusions are fantastic. So we'll do all that. I will hope I can make it go all the way through and try to somehow wear some sort of Masters gear throughout the week because it is my favorite week of the season.
So, like when we start to look at who are the next legends though of that game of golf, I mean, who is it beside? I mean, it has to be Tiger and Phil and John Daly.
No way.
Craig Stadler. I mean, like who are we going to go with here? I mean,
or what I would
what
say,
I'm getting at is like. The legends have dissipated, man.
Yeah.
Like Tiger was so good for so long.
Right.
There was never anybody to kind of go alongside him and be his sidekick throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, so something I think that you would like, which I feel like is a total Fescoe take, is that maybe when these guys die off, that's it.
Maybe we don't do it again?
It's over.
I don't have a
that
problem
was
with that.
And then, because, I mean, Tiger's still pretty young
Yes.
for life.
I know he is. He's my age, for God's sakes.
And so, like, he's not, like, at that point. Like, I think, eventually will play another Masters tournament. I think that's on the table. He just needs to, we just need to respect his privacy.
That's right.
And let him do that. So, no, I don't know. I don't know if there is another group of people.
Does he show up this week and just kind of, drive the cart around and
Will he
wave?
be at the dinner?
He will be at the dinner.
Should be, unless he has, like, an exempt from it. But he should be at the Masters Championship dinner on Tuesday, which should be interesting to see. And then you'll have your amateurs and the crow's nest. You know about that as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I would stay. So the amateurs, when you make it to the tournament, there's three, and when they have the champion announced, there's the best scoring amateur, and then there's the champion, and they both sit in the same room. If you remember this last year, Will Shipley was like kind of like the bruh. He had like the long hair, kind of thick.
Okay, yeah.
And he was in there. And we went viral with like the meme of the face, like what's he doing? And they showed his like look. So they stayed at a place called the Crow's Nest, which is like at the top of the clubhouse. and they all three stay together and they stay away from everybody else.
That's kind of cool.
There's a whole lot. We can do this Wednesday. I don't want to keep going because I don't want to ruin the show for Wednesday.
Is that cool? Can you like? Is it like?
I
all
love
in,
the crow's nest.
Is it all in one room? Like, can you bring your wife up there?
There's no women allowed.
No women allowed.
Massively.
Really?
It's
Wow.
all
That
business,
thing,
man.
really?
It's all business
Very
when it comes
official.
to this tournament.
So you can't have your wife over?
I mean, I'm sure you could, but how many amateurs have a wife?
I don't know.
They're all like, I mean, Will Shipley was in college last year, and he had to call his professor and say, "Can I get an extension on the final because I'm actually made the cut into the Masters?"
What if the professor said no?
All right, see
I'd be
ya.
like, all right,
Yeah.
I'll go pro, and then I'll just come back and put.
I mean, seriously, like you probably have that, that asshat professor out there that's like, well, the test is scheduled. You knew ahead of time.
No
Then
exceptions.
Then I would get in contact with the dean.
I would call the
or the
president of the
athletic
university.
director. I mean,
or-
you can go have a conversation.
Yeah,
with
you
that.
can handle this guy. I mean, this guy's a jerk for doing something like that. But you always have those guys, That's why you have to ask, because those guys always do exist at one point or the other.
Yeah,
So-
security officer not letting Hakeem on the court. I mean, it's the same guy.
Exactly, because there's always these guys that want to show that they've got some power. When they get that limited power, like I've been told over the years, the guys that like park your car at spring training, that wave you into the parking spots at spring training, running the parking lots, they're all retired CEOs looking for a way to still boss people around. So now they're bossing people around in parking lots at spring training. You should see these guys.
Wow.
I mean, you want to talk about like people just right here now, let's go. And I mean, like, whoa, all right, man. I know you were the retired CEO of some company that you probably sent into bankruptcy, but by God, take your aggression out on everybody else here. Let's go. So you got that going for you, which is nice. So.
B-Dubs chiming in on Twitter. He says, "So Dusty Likens, are you going to go eat that lonely egg salad sandwich at the company kitchen in honor of the Masters?" And then tags Bob Fescoe. "No, Dub. That son of a buck can stay in that damn thing. We'll do pimento cheese. I'll try to find a peach ice cream sandwich. I'll try to get like a blueberry muffin," because that's the other thing, Mac, that you and I would love about this is being poor individuals. You can get the entire Masters menu for $40.
Cheap. Yep.
Yeah.
Cheap. Very cheap. So like they're
Well,
like the
after
Costco of golf. They're never
Yeah.
changing their prices. Everybody enjoys it. You
Why
got to be a
bother?
member.
Like
You know,
just
I mean,
go. Just keep it the way it is. It's a charm at this point in time to do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it'd just be like you went in there and you're like, wait, what?
You don't need
$15 for pimento cheese?
Yeah, nobody would pay that.
No.
Considering how much they spent on the tickets, that's fair to give them a little bit of
$1.50 for cheese and mayonnaise. It sounds delicious. They already have the tournament winners out for next year. The odds are already out, just arrived hot off the presses. Guess who's the favorite to win the championship next year?
Kansas.
Duke. It's like I told you,
Yeah.
Duke, 10-1.
I mean,
Where
they're
is
going to
Kansas
lose
on
their
that
three
list?
best players, but okay.
Kansas is 22-1. Duke, Houston, Louisville, Purdue, BYU, Bama, Arkansas, Auburn, Kentucky, and Connecticut are all ahead of Kansas. on that list.
BYU.
Well, they've got that $7 million player. I was talking to somebody about it over the weekend about BYU now. Like all of a sudden, where do you find BYU being a player in college sports? It is the transfer portal, which I don't think Kansas should be involved in that in the NIL because they do better when they're not. But for BYU, now you got the opportunity to put your program on the map, right? $7 million for a player, more than Kansas or Duke or anybody offered this guy. That's why BYU has those odds.
I think my favorite job in the world of sports right now would be a general manager for a collegiate team.
Oh, it'd be sick.
I would absolutely love that.
No rules.
You're essentially a car salesman for athletes.
Well, that's what coaches have been for 30
Yeah.
years. Which
But now
sport,
you're
though? Football or basketball?
Yes.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah, dude. Like, all right. Like, hey, I'm here to represent Colorado and Coach Prime. He's not going to make it out here. But let me tell you what
And then
we're
they
about.
boo you and they kick you in the nuts and leave you for dead. Like, we wanted Dion!
And then I do this. And before I leave, here he is FaceTime telling you to kiss my you know what. Oh, actually, you know what? We don't need. Did you see what he did, by the way, this weekend?
No.
I love this man. So, 3 different things. One, he was great with Shedeur with his, because we were watching it Friday at the Sand Trap. Shout out Maloney. The media coverage for Shedeur's throwing day was nuts. I mean, nuts. And he had like his private little meeting with his son before it, and it turned out Shedeur was great. Like, we all saw it. Now there's people saying that he might go to the Saints. Shedeur Saints.
That's the odds now.
Yeah, so now it changes every week.
Where are the Saints picking?
I think it's 9th.
9.
It's right around there, 9
and
or
we
10.
put it at 8.5 was like
Yeah.
his draft
Ooh,
stock. So tough. But what I will say is he did that, and then he was like telling the media members or whoever it was, the guys that were running the the plays and stuff. He goes, no, you guys do it the way you do it. Don't listen to these guys. We'll do it the way we do it. This is what we're doing. This is your college pro day. This is what we're going to do.
Right, yeah.
And then the third thing I saw they did was great is one of his offensive linemen. They were in like a team meeting, and he had to give like a big presentation, a persuasive speech on like statistics or whatever it was. He gives the actual class name. And Deion's like, why don't you get up here and run it through? Well, we worry about grades. We want to see how you're going to do about it. And he gets up there, and Deion cuts him off halfway through and goes, no, man. When you're doing a presentation like this, you got to get the room on your side. You need to go find 3 people, and you cycle through every third person. And you look at them in the eye, and you sell your speech, and the kid nails it. And so now that kid's going to take that lesson,
He's right about
go
that.
to his class,
Very right.
and it's like, here you go. And it's like, he's more than a coach. And this is why he got paid. I know we're going way off tangent here, but watching that over the weekend and seeing him do that and take football and put it a step back and be like, this guy's an offensive lineman. He may not make it to the league, but you got a pretty big whatever course coming up in your college career. Let me see how you would do it. And then I'm going to give you my advice for how I would do that, even though he never probably gave a presentation. But I'm sure he knows a lot about how to get people persuaded and to give you something.
Oh, Deion gives a presentation, though, every day to sell Colorado, to sell where he was beforehand, to sell himself. I mean, Deion would be a great person to listen to about all that, or any coach, because they've got to try to sell you on their program, and they've got a very quick time frame to do so. So let me see how you're going to sell that program, and that's how kind of I would look at it if I was anybody. I would listen to Deion all the time. I mean, it's really unbelievable that they have the opportunity to learn from a guy like Deion Sanders. But he's so right about that. If you ever do public speaking, I was talking to a group on Friday. You find about 3 people in the room. You can look at them right away, and they're in on you right away, right? They're making the eye contact. They're nodding. They're in an agreement with what you are, right? So you lock in on them, and you kind of just bounce around, and you know that's who you're locking in on. Deion's absolutely right about that. The worst thing you can do is speak to a group and have people sleeping, not paying attention. You got to grab them, and once you grab those 3 or 4 people, do it. Lock in on them and bounce around the room and see where they are. And then if you have somebody that wants to argue with you in the middle of a speech, you call them out like I did too. It worked perfectly.
Yeah, I was always told from my speech professor in college, find 2 spots in a room and find 1 person. Equivalently the same thing.
Same thing. Yeah.
So I'd find a left spot in the corner, a right spot in the corner, and then I would just find 1 poor sap where I could tell every once in a while when I look at them, they'd be like, why is he talking to me?
Yeah.
What did I do to this guy? I'm like, it has nothing to do with you. You're just my focus point. Plus, I was always the guy in the classroom when we did like the projects. I'd be like, give me something to do, but also I'll be the one that can be the speaker because nobody wanted to speak. Obviously, I'm a loudmouth. I had no problem with it. I was that way, extroverted, not introverted. Half my group was always introverted. They're like, oh, yeah, Dusty, you're in the speech, which you're graded pretty heavily on that. That's a very important part of giving your presentation.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know it was great. But what was also great is the Royals over the weekend taking 2 out of 3 from Baltimore. You had to do that, right? Like you had a wishy-washy sort of start. You lost 2 or 3 from Cleveland, lost 2 or 3 from Milwaukee, and then you come against Baltimore, big test, AL team. Not a friend, definitely a foe, and took 2 out of 3 from Baltimore. I thought it was a good weekend.
It was a nice weekend for the Royals, obviously. Bobby got hot. Bubic showed that, as Rex called them, Boobalicious over the weekend. And because of all that, it was a good series. And you beat a team that you're going to be in contention with, a team that I think has an opportunity to win that American League East. Now, maybe they don't. Maybe Boston and New York are still the top 2 dogs, in that division. But I think Baltimore is going to be a team that you're going to be challenging for the postseason. And if it comes down to it and you're fighting for that final playoff spot and you win the head-to-head against Baltimore, hey, you get the nod in. So I like taking 2 out of 3 from a team that is going to be your competition, that is going to be what we consider a playoff team, that is one of the better teams in the American League. You did what you had to do. You had a nice bounce back after, as you mentioned, 2 rough series to kind of start where people weren't feeling great about the ball club. People were already complaining on Friday. Oh, it's this team. Dude, it's like we're 6 games in. Let the weekend happen, right? And so the weekend happened. They took 2 out of 3, and now you get an opportunity for 4 against the Minnesota Twins. Go take 3 out of 4 from a ball club that you should be better than, right? You should be better than the Minnesota Twins. Go show it out there on the field and take care of business.
I would love nothing more than 3 out of 4. It'd be an amazing feat to have. I'm happy with 2 out of 4. You have Lorenzen tonight, and then you get to go shove against 2 of their best guys against 2 of your best guys. Because we were talking to Vern earlier on in the show, and he was high praise. Chris Bubic, he was high praise. Everything out there, but what he said the most is like they're gonna have arguably 3 guys that are throw against your 3 guys, which sometimes it lines up this way early on because everybody's kind of on the same rhythm of the schedule. Whereas tonight, but Pablo Lopez, Cole Reagans. That's going to be ace v ace. You're going to have guys that are going to go against each other. You're going to have Reagans, Lugo, Waka to kind of close out the last 3 games of this 4-game series. And then right around Friday, when you travel to Cleveland, you get Bubic again. So let these things continue to roll, continue to take advantage early on in the season. Again, we know that Minnesota has been playing the baseball that they wanted to play. You know, they got swept by the Cardinals to start the season. Royals, could have taken 2 out of 3 versus Cleveland, didn't. But now you get against Minnesota, you get your division game again. You've had one, and this is your second division opportunity. Go see if you are that much better than Minnesota, or are you on the same playing field. If you win 3 out of 4, you have proven to a lot of people in this town, a lot of people on this team, and a lot of people on that other team in Minnesota that you are that much better. If you go out there and split, all right, it's going to be a hell of a fun summer grinding out against Minnesota, Cleveland, and Detroit, because Detroit plays the Yankees, right? You play Minnesota, Cleveland, and then you go to New York. I mean, I know you go to Cleveland, but then you go to New York. So it ain't getting any easier. We talked about it. It's going to be a rough stretch until after your birthday. So April 20th, that's when you kind of get a little bit of a break in the schedule.
Right.
But you can't worry about the other games until you start worrying about the ones that you're playing. And the ones you're playing right now are more, to me, worrisome than maybe playing the Yankees, because these are your division foes. You're going to play these teams more often than not than any other team in the league. So I think that if they can go out there and take care of business and at least get 2 out of 4 against Minnesota, that should be a very, very successful trip.
It's hard to determine whether or not the St. Louis Cardinals are a good ball club, too. I don't think that they are
They had a rough day
necessarily. They
yesterday.
had a really rough day yesterday. I mean, they got their teeth kicked in a big way yesterday up in Boston. And then you look at where they are in the standings right now, and they've lost like 4 or 5 in a row. And I'm thinking to myself, are they a good ball club? I don't know what to make of the St. Louis Cardinals. They lost 3 in a row right now, sitting under 500. They swept the Twins at the beginning of the season. So where are the Twins then? What does that say about the Minnesota Twins if you're using the if-then properties to try to figure out, how good a team is? But we're just going to see out there on the field. And this is an opportunity to go out there. And I call them a losing team because I'm just not sold on the Minnesota Twins. And I know right now they're just a game back of the Royals. Not that any of that matters in the standings at this point in time. I'm just not sold on the Minnesota Twins. I also don't believe that the Chicago White Sox are going to be as bad a ball club as they were a season ago. I mean, they're only -5 in run differential right now. The Chicago White Sox are way behind the Twins, way behind the Guardians. The Royals are at a 0 right now. They're even when it comes to run differential. That's really one of the only stats that matters in baseball. Are you scoring more than you're giving up? And right now, I just don't think the White Sox are going to be a 141-loss team. I could be totally wrong about that, but I don't think the Minnesota Twins are going to be that good of a ball club this year. So take advantage of the Minnesota Twins. Go beat them up this week, and grab that home field advantage. Probably won't be a ton of people out there. The school thing is still wrapping up and whatnot, but go win some games. It's a good opportunity for you to put a little separation between yourself and the Minnesota Twins.
It is crazy that you mentioned the run differential where Cleveland's -17. You mentioned the Royals are 0.
Yeah.
Right, 36-36. Minnesota -12.
Yeah.
Again, you're 4-5. They're 3-6. You've gotten up to a better start. Get ahead of them while you can. Beat them up when they're down.
Yeah, you got to keep a losing team losing. I feel like they're losing right now.
Yeah, you don't have to go to Target Field. They had to come to Kauffman Stadium. They're on the road. They clearly have not had good luck so far in Missouri. Continue that trend to keep going forward. Because, I mean, let's play, devil's advocate here. Let's say the Royals do win 3 out of 4.
That's great.
I mean, then you're looking at a team that all of a sudden is 7-6. You're above 500. You're going to be plus in the run differential, you would think.
Yeah.
And depending on what Detroit does in New York, right, or what New York does in Detroit might win 1 game, maybe. I think that's what you would look at when you play the Yankees. Hey, we're going to play the Yankees for 3. Just give me 1.
Give me 1.
Don't get swept.
Yeah, right.
They win 1 game. They're 6-7.
Yeah, you're in first
You're
place.
7-6.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, that confidence in a baseball team, and I know how we always talk about this. We talk about players that have seen scoreboard stats, and they're like, oh, my gosh, I'm hitting 189. You look at your statistics and you're like, hey, we're a month into the season. We're in first place. We are that team. We are this playoff team that we said we'd be. And it started because we won games against teams like Minnesota. We won 2 out of 3 against teams like Baltimore. We don't care if it's the Yankees. We don't care if it's Cleveland, because I am definitely looking ahead to the weekend because of the Masters, but I'm definitely looking ahead to the weekend because that Friday, Saturday, Sunday road trip to Cleveland ought to be electric, but I can't do that quite yet because there's 4 big ones against the Twins.
Yeah, but that's right. And those games in Cleveland aren't going to matter if you go out there to lose 3 out of 4 to Minnesota, right? So you're going to look at that and go, already during this course of the season. But you've got these 4 against the Twins, and then you got yourself a little bit of a grind moving forward. So you've got to take care of business in these games. You get this opportunity right now before you face some of the better teams in the American League: Cleveland, New York, Detroit. Those are your next 3 series after Minnesota. Then it gets a little bit easier. You got Colorado, but then it's right back to Houston and Tampa and Baltimore again. I mean, so this run that's coming up is not exactly an easy route for the Royals. And again, we're only in April, but you have to take advantage of the opportunities in your schedule when you get a quote-unquote breather. And I just personally think that the Minnesota Twins are a little bit of a breather in that schedule right now. So go out there and, win some games, pad your one-loss record a little bit. Don't lose these games because we don't want to have that conversation on Friday morning if they just lost 3 or 4 to Minnesota, because nobody's going to be feeling really good about the weekend, and everybody's going to be paying attention to the Masters.
Let's say the Royals, and I'm asking you guys this personally, and I need to know, I need your support. Text line 913-586-7965. We know I'm a bad luck guy, right? Terrible luck. Super Bowl, opening day, anything.
KU, MU.
Right.
Your fault.
Yeah. If the Royals win the first 3 games against the Twins, should I go to Thursday's game?
Yeah, it's the regular season. Who the hell cares?
Okay. But it could have been a sweep.
Yeah.
I think we got to test it out.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're up 3-0, you need to go.
So if they go 3 straight.
I think we're looking at superstitions in a baseball season in April. Forget about it.
But you know how superstitious they get in
baseball.
baseball.
I know. It's ridiculous.
They can't even walk through a line.
I know. My God.
Can't even touch your hat.
No, don't do that the wrong way because you have pine tar on it.
Or a Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah, no. I mean, don't be stupid. If you want to go to the game on Thursday, who the hell cares? If they lose, that's on them, not you.
1:10 start. I'll have the Masters app. If the Royals are going for the sweep, do I go or do I keep my ass away from the stadium?
110, nice.
Yeah, 110, baby.
You want to go to a game, you go to a game. If they lose the game, that's on them. I'm not really that kind of superstitious when it comes to that kind of stuff. Now, if we're talking October and every time you've gone out there this year they've lost a game, you're going to keep your ass home. But it's April. We're not going to play that game. It's going to be a nice day on Thursday. You want to go to the ballpark, you go.
The last 3 playoff games I've been for the Chiefs, this past Super Bowl, Steelers playoff game, they lost where they didn't score a touchdown and they beat you with field goals. Tennessee Titans game. Tough stretch, dude.
Bro.
Tough stretch.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not great. So I'll stay away from Arrowhead as much as I
here.
possibly can. Coming up on the other side, we'll get to the brioche of the weekend and what it was for one Mac, Bob, and Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, it was a week ago. The folks from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control came out to the house, and we had an unbelievable conversation. They looked at the lawn. They laughed and laughed and laughed, and they go, this is nothing. We're going to take care of this for you. We're going to come out, and we're going to give it a quick trim. We're going to cut this lawn. We're going to make it look good. Then we're going to come out, and we're going to put the first round of fertilizer down, the first round of pre-emergent down. I was walking around the grass yesterday, and I was looking there and seeing what Aspen Lawn and Pest Control did, seeing the dead dandelions already. I'm like, yeah, baby, it is working. I'm not going to have any weeds in this yard, and it is going to be spectacular because that's what the college-educated professionals at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are able to do. They're able to make my lawn look awesome, and if they can make my lawn look awesome, they can take your lawn to the next level as well. And what I'm excited about, too, is the pest control aspect of things because this summer, when we're sitting outside, we're not going to have the mosquitoes. We're not going to have the ticks or fleas on the dog. We're not going to have to worry about any of that because Aspen Lawn and Pest Control is going to take care of all of that when they put that mosquito dome, as I like to call it, over the yard, and everything is going to be mosquito-free this summer. They've been serving KC since 1985, and if you mention this ad with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, they'll give you that free estimate and up to half off your first application. So call them today, or better yet, visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hey guys, it's Cody Tapp, and I want to tell you why I am so happy with the Awaken 180 weight loss at home program. Look, I'm nearing the end because I had a weight loss goal, and I've already met it. I'm not even 6 full weeks into the program. Look, you're looking for a long-term solution to weight loss. That's why I'm looking forward to the idea that once I get into maintenance mode, I have free support for life if I want it. Look, I know if you've been sitting around, you're like, God, I just want to lose 20 pounds. I want to lose 50 pounds. It doesn't really matter what the number is for you. It's about that weight loss goal. Mine was 30 pounds for that weight loss goal. And I'm happy to say that it has been so easy to do it over at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Shoot me a DM. Ask me. Look at the photos I've posted. If you've got questions, I'm happy to answer them for you, but they can answer them for you too. Schedule your consultation today, 844-346-1800, or go online at awaken180weightloss.com and make the same decision I did. No extra medications, no extra gym, and no calorie counting. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneak-a-peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Listen, you've been making house payments for years, right? And right now your home's value has never been higher, right? That means you're likely sitting on a small fortune in equity. And good for you. That's cash you could use to help secure your retirement, solve all your financial burdens, enable you to travel everything you want. The catch is, you're not ready to move. No problem. You don't have to with TrueHold. Sell and stay leaseback program. It's a genius financial strategy. You sell your home to TrueHold while its value is high. You bank all the equity in cash now, and you can stay as long as you like with an easy, affordable lease. And TrueHold pays property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. TrueHold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. Get a TrueHold offer now while your home's value is sky high. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out without moving out. TrueHold.com.
From the 314, Dusty has one chance. If you go and they lose, I better not catch you at the K the remainder of the season.
Okay.
But then somebody else gives me credit. Sweeps are hard feat to accomplish. If they won 3 straight, it's tough no matter what if you go or don't go to win a 4th straight. Totally agree.
I think anybody saying you can't go to a game because you're a jinx got some other things coming, man. To a game in April.
A Kansas State women's student won the Augusta Invitational last Saturday. I forget the exact tournament it was. Well, congratulations to her. That's pretty awesome.
Cool.
I know there's a lot of people out there going to the practice sessions today. That'll be my luck if I ever get accepted to the Masters. But you can go to Monday's practice. Like
my father-in-law I got him practice round sessions though.
Really?
On that Monday was the greatest day of his life.
I bet.
I mean, you want to talk about a man who's still to this day talking about an experience that he's never had before, most likely won't have again, because the friend of mine who got us the tickets has passed away. But he treasures that thing. So
father-in-law, you said?
Yeah. If you get the opportunity to go to a practice, you go, man. You take advantage of that.
For sure.
And say that, I mean, he got to walk on the fairways at Augusta, man.
I'm glad you said
just
walk because
loved
there's
it.
no running allowed.
Yeah, right. They just,
no phones, no running.
It was great. I mean,
so when you called him afterwards, you're like, hey, how was your experience at the Masters?
Hey, well, yo, man.
Yeah, he was so, I
believe it.
You want to talk about, somebody in...
was that his number one bucket list?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
in his 70s, to be able to experience that and just
great.
to be out there with his brother, like it was really, really special. And so if you've got that on your bucket list and you apply or you're able to get practice round tickets, you go buy the practice round tickets and go take advantage of that and see that course and be there and have that opportunity, because you only live once and life is too damn short not to do it. So next year, buy yourself some practice round tickets and go.
Well, you have to qualify, I thought.
Yeah, I think you can buy them online. I mean, well, there was something we had to do like behind the scenes. Like you had to cover the badge number. So I remember.
Because most of us that do this every year, there's a date that gets announced of when you put your name in the hat, and then there's the date that everybody gets an email, and it's like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory with a golden ticket. You either get it or you don't. I've never gotten it.
Right.
Let's get to the
Yeah,
brioche.
you got to know somebody. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Get in the brioche for the weekend. I'm still thinking about going to the Ryder Cup this year.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy.
Love that. Yeah, good take.
You're at a point in your life where you got nothing holding you back.
I think I might do it.
You go do these things.
Do it.
You take advantage of the opportunity when you have them. You never know when it comes again. I'll give you a little story. When I first went to River Falls in 2001, I didn't know how long I'd be doing this job or whatever. I'm like, wow, I'm only 4 hours from Lambeau. I drove to Lambeau and back in one day just to see Lambeau Field. Now,
Hell yeah.
I've had the opportunity to go and do it again as I got late, but in 2001, at that time, I didn't know. I'm like, boy, I don't know if I'll ever be 4 hours from Lambeau again. Let me go. I'll do it. And I did it, and it was great. So if you want to do something and you've got that opportunity, you do it. Don't look twice, man. Life's too damn short.
YOLO.
Yep. Is that still around?
No, I don't think.
I don't think it ever was.
Anymore.
What was your brioche of the weekend, Fescoe?
There's a couple ways I could go. I could go with our friend Diane Houston, who was honored by Grandview High School as one of their distinguished alums this year. She's awesome, so congratulations to Diane. But I also want to give my brioche of the weekend to Gino Ariyama, who I think is the best head basketball coach in college basketball of all time. I'm just looking at his record right now. He's lost 165 games. He's coached at UConn since 1985.
That's almost like 40 years.
I mean, that's nuts.
Yeah.
165 games, and he's been coaching since 1985. He has an 883 winning percentage. He just won his 12th national championship in college basketball. 883. I mean, he's won 88% of his games. This is a dude who was born in Italy, taught himself English, came to the United States, and then taught himself the game of basketball, obviously. And I think he goes down as the greatest basketball coach, men's and women's included, in college basketball history, maybe in basketball history, for what he's been able to do over the years, over generations, 40 years, same school, 12 championships, 24 Final Fours. Not enough people give Gino Ariyama enough credit for being the greatest of all time.
Yeah, he just surpassed Wooden for most titles in collegiate basketball. So what? Wooden had 11. He just got his 12th. I mean, it's insane. Like his run in the night. I mean, I guess you could say 85, but like every year we always made a joke in high school. Is like we do the men's bracket, and then when we do the women's, we would be like, if we do a women's bracket, just take all 4 number ones and just have UConn win it, because every year UConn seemed to win the national championship.
95, 2000. 2002, 2003, 2004, 2009, 2010, 2013, 2014, 15, 16, and then 25.
Jeez. Whew. And he's coached Tarazi, Sue Bird, this young lady that just
Paige Beckers.
Paige Beckers, yeah.
And that was a great story.
Jeez.
Gets injured, misses it, comes back.
Which that'll be Juju next year.
100%. Yeah, Juju.
Because she's still got 2 more years at USC.
Yeah.
She might surpass Caitlin Clark as the greatest college basketball player.
Well, that's the thing. Paige is on that level, too.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. Women's basketball has some serious athletes. Yes.
It's going to be interesting to see what the TV ratings were. And you know, look, Gino said on, I guess it was Saturday, him and Dawn Staley were like, the way that the ESPN package works for women's college basketball is ESPN is paid X amount of millions of dollars for every college championship, not men's basketball and not football, right? So they get everything. Gino's like, let's do this by ourselves and see what we can get, how much of it, because I think it's like $100 million a year they're paying, and I think the women's tournament is valued at $65 million by itself. And Gino's like, let's go farm this out. Let's see how much more money we can get for women's college basketball. 8-time Naismith Coach of the Year, 9-time AP Coach of the Year, 13-time Big East Coach of the Year, 6-time ACC Coach of the Year. I mean, the guy's unbelievable. He is
Final Fours.
Wow.
I mean, you have 12 titles. Like, you know.
24 Final Fours, and he won half the time he's been to the Final Four.
Won half the time.
And what did you say? Like K has 5?
Yeah, K has 5. He's the next below Wooden, and then there's
like Roy has 3.
Has 3, and then everybody else there's a few that have 2, and then it's just like one.
Right. Like people are like, oh, Bill Self can't. He's got 2 titles. Then Roy has 3. Then K has 5. That's it. There's nobody else in that category.
So to pull a Josh Klingler here, I'm going to set you up and you can knock it out. From the 913, my grandson is playing in the baseball tournament this weekend in the Legends. He's from Minnesota. What barbecue place is out that way?
You go to Smokehouse Barbecue, man. That's it. Yeah.
I knew it, man. I was like, this is such a Fescoe in the morning toss-up here. It's right there. Mac, what about your brioche of the weekend?
I have to say that Duke-Houston moment, that was one of the best.
Yeah.
Forget college basketball. It's one of the best sports moments ever. I mean, and definitely in recent history, those sorts of comebacks, you just don't necessarily see that all the time. It felt like the madness kind of staved off and all saved up for that last 10 minutes of that basketball game. That was incredible.
Can I just be the wet blanket for a second? It also showed us what college basketball really is about. 10.5 minutes without a shot made, or one shot
field
made.
goal made, yep.
That's pathetic.
Yeah, it's bad.
But that's just good defense.
Is it good defense?
I don't know.
It's a combination of both.
It was both. Yeah, it was both.
Panic button got hit. Defense was being played. Couldn't throw the ball in from out of bounds. Houston drains the clock out. So that's still sad.
How much does Cooper's legacy change? Because I think big.
I don't know. Is he supposed to win a title as the best player? Because, I mean, how many people have done that? Carmelo?
Yeah, Magic would be the big one.
Dated back, way back then. Like, I mean, John Wall didn't do it. His legacy wasn't tarnished.
Yeah, just you think about Larry
Kevin
Bird.
Durant got bounced in the first round. His legacy wasn't tarnished. Michael Beasley didn't do it. He wasn't tarnished.
Well,
Tyler Hansbrough, he didn't
Beasley,
win
come on.
I guess Tyler Hansbrough probably did win a title, actually.
Yeah, Hansbrough did win a title.
Hansbrough did.
But he played forever. Played
for
4 straight
4
years.
Yeah.
Wow, a guy stayed for 4 years at one school. How unique.
And then he was in the NBA for about 3 in Indiana. I'm kidding. He was probably in there longer than that.
He jumped around probably.
Is he still? He's not still.
No.
Psycho T.
Yeah, definitely not.
That play, he got his nose busted and blood went everywhere. That was a great photo. My prediction of the weekend is, guys, I am the greatest United States citizen in the world. There is no doubt about it.
Okay.
I was summoned to jury duty for a 5th time in my life on Saturday.
Wow.
So I will not be here on May 12th.
Damn. That's a lot.
5 times I have been summoned to jury duty.
We can get you out of that one. I got a few phone calls.
Please. I do not need to see the George Brett video again. 5 times. I'm 37. You can't become eligible until you're 18.
The George Brett video.
You don't know about this? He's still the video before they do it. This is your right as a citizen of the United States for jury duty. And it's like,
what county is this in?
Jackson. Yeah, dude. It's him and Frank.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 5 times. Jury duty.
Frank
I got
just
it.
can't get out of George's shadow ever.
No.
Or Caleb's for that matter.
But I literally, I go get the mail on Saturday afternoon. I see summons notice. I'm like, oh, man, did I not pay something? What in the world is going on here? People are all like, dude, I've never been summoned. Must be nice, dude. I'm like Mahomes' first wave in the NFL, jury duty. I've been to 5.
Have you been on a jury yet?
No, but I've gotten down to the final cuts twice. COVID ruined one, and then they got dismissed before it all started.
Usually they get dismissed.
The last time I went was the Monday after the parade shooting. That's how recently I've been.
Oh, wow.
That's right.
Now that population of Jackson County is moving to Johnson. We
The
told
hell
you
am I
about it.
doing wrong?
That's why the ballpark's moving over there. Population center. They're running out of people for jury duty in Jackson County.
Frank White's been listening. It's like, call Dusty. That jerk. But hey, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It can change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Take care, Kansas City. Stay kind. Stay safe. Cody Gold and Drew from 10 to 2. Coming up next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.